Aluhu. Aluhu. El Shaddai Elohim Abotenu. Abiyama Mabiyas Kababiyako. Takwados Weshmeka Kwados Baruch Shemeka Olam Mahe. Shamar B'nai Israel El Shabbat La So El Shabbat La Dol Tam B'nai Olam. B'nai Israel Oti Olam. Kisha She'er Mimasa El Shaddai Wa Shamayim. Ve'eta'aretz U'bayom Matzvi Shabbat Wa Narash. Baruch Shemeka, Baruch Yemeneka, Baruch Torateka, Baruch Kedushateka. El Shaddai Malek, El Shaddai Malak, El Shaddai Unok L'Olam Mahe. Baruch Shem Kabod Makuto L'Olam Mahe. Baruch Kabod Elohim Minkumo Malek Elyon. Aluhu L'Olam Mahe. First of all, I'd like to give all honor and praise to the God of Abraham, the God of Isaac, the God of Jacob, the great, mighty, and revered God, the Most High God, who bestows loving kindness, possesses all things, who remembers the pious deeds of the patriarchs, the Most High, slow of anger, great in kindness, forgiving iniquity and transgressions, but who will by no means clear the guilty. Visiting iniquities of fathers upon the children to the third and fourth generation. The Most High's work is perfect, for all his ways are justice, a God of faithfulness and without iniquity, just and right is he. You may be seated. Giving due respect and honor to a head in Israel, Chief Eleazar. To the chief men, princes, brothers and sisters, I say unto you with the tongue of my forefathers, Shabbat Shalom.
Shabbat Shalom.
There are certain things that God requires of us. I said there are certain things that God requires from mankind. There are requirements. Before God gave you life and instilled life and blew the breath of life into the nostrils of Adam, Adam had a requirement. And the thing that God required from Adam was one command. God told him, he said, of every tree that's in the midst of the garden, thou mayest freely eat. But that tree that's in the midst of the garden, of every tree that's in the garden, thou mayest freely eat. When it's talking about the midst, it's talking about a specific tree that's in the middle, in the midst of that garden. He said, don't eat from it, neither shall you touch it. In the day that you eat from it, he said, thou shalt surely die. Which means when we sin and transgress and violate the commandments of God, there are repercussions. There's penalties. There's repercussions that happen from you violating the commandments of God. So when things go down in your life, it's because you called it to yourself. When things go down in your life, it's because you called it to yourself, right? Now, I'm going to dip into Deuteronomy 10, verse 12. You ain't got to go there, right? It said, now Israel, what does the Lord thy God require of thee? The word for require, it means shoel. Shoel means to require. What does the Lord thy God ask of thee? Or what does the Lord thy God demands of thee? What do he demand of you? What are the things that God demands from us? Right? Means what? He said, but to fear God. We need to fear God. We need to learn how to develop this thing called fear. You know why? Because if we don't fear God, then we're going to violate his laws. If we don't fear God, then we're going to start conjuring up thoughts in our mindset, which goes into our actions, which falls into actions. So to fear God, we got to change our mindset. We cannot serve God with a hedonistic mentality. To serve this God takes a certain type of mentality. Because when you have this hedonistic mentality that's not correlated with the mentality of God, that's when we're going to begin to transgress. That's when we're going to start violating the laws and the commandments and statutes of God, because our mindset is not of God. Our mindset is not God's mindset. So therefore, we're going to start doing things according to your mindset, how you think. So when the Creator gave us these laws, commandments, and statutes, it's not hard to change the way you think. It's not hard to change the way you are. But before you change the way you think and the way you are, you have to acknowledge and realize that I need to change to be better before God. But before you change to be better before God, you have to have some type of belief in God to change. Because changing is not going to go down if you don't believe. Nothing happens without belief. Belief is number one. You ain't going to fear God if you don't believe. You're not going to take heed to his laws and fulfill his laws and his commandments if you don't believe. So when you read this book, you got to make yourself believe this. You know why? Because you ain't seen no mountains to strike no belief. You didn't see nothing to strike no belief, no contact to strike no type of belief in God. So now you got to make yourself believe this. Huh? Fear God. What's the next one? Huh? Fear the Lord thy God, to walk in his ways. Huh? To walk in the ways of God. Now, in Jeremiah, it states, amend your ways. Amend your ways. To amend, whatever you amend, you change it. Now, in order to change your ways, you have to do the laws. You got to do his commandments. Because his ways comes from the laws of God. All right? The ways of God and the laws and the statutes and the commandments of God are two different things. Which, when it says amend your ways, right? Look what it says here. It says, let the man. It says, he judged the cause of the poor and needy. We don't take advantage of the poor. We don't take advantage of the needy. And that is the mindset of the men today. You have the superiority and you have the power and you got that type of mindset to take advantage of weak people. You take advantage of the poor. You take advantage of the needy. And that mindset is going to distance you away from God. That mindset going to distance you away from God. He said he judged the cause of the poor and needy, then it was well with him. Now, because you judged the cause of the poor and needy, God said it will be well with you. It will be good with you. Was not this to know me? Which means certain things we do in life according to law clarifies if this God is your God. And certain things that we do in life against the laws of God clarifies whether is this God your God or not. That's why, according to a person's lifestyle, you can look at a person and say, man, you don't know God. And then you look at another person, man, that man know God. All depends on the person's lifestyle. All depends on his confinements. All depends on his boundaries. What you will allow yourself to do and not do. So when people say certain things about you, you say, not me. I said, not me. All that went on in your mind. I said, not me. Why I can say not me? Because I know me. Ain't nobody gonna know me better than me. The only one that know me better than me is God. That's it. I know my boundaries. I know my confinements. I know the lines that I won't cross. That's how I know when certain ideas and certain things conjured up and conspires in people's minds, it ain't God. It ain't God. It's a different entity that'll conjure these things up in your mindset to pull you away from serving God. And guess what? You allowed yourself to get pulled away because deep down in the scrotum, this was not your piece of cake. Deep down in the scrotum, you didn't like this. Deep down in the scrotum, you despised this. So you waited for an idea or a thought or opinion or a reason that's good enough for you to depart and turn away from God. The beginning of sin is to turn away, is the turning away from the laws and the commandments and the statutes of God. Huh? What else you said? What is it? 16. Okay. What was that? Okay, let's go back to Deuteronomy 10. Right? I'm in Deuteronomy 10, verse 12. Yes. Now, after you walking in the ways of God, what's next? It said, and to love him. How can you show your love for God?
To do his commandments.
Love is an action word. Love is something that needs to be shown. It's action. Love is something that needs to be shown. Don't tell me you love me and then stab me in my back. Don't tell me you love me and you go against everything I say. The Most High said, love God and keep his commandments, which means it goes hand in hand. So if you love God, you'll do what he says. When you despise God, you go against what he says. So it's plain to see. It's plain to see that people today despise God because we go against every word that we read in this book. And we make excuses of why we go against the words that we read in this book. We make excuses like God's supposed to accept your excuses. Like God is supposed to accept the reason why. All God knows is thou shalt and thou shalt not. You keeping it? Keep it. You're not keeping it, you violate it. And that's what cuts us off. That's what you call presumptuous iniquity. Presumptuous iniquity will cut you off. Presumptuous iniquity was not specific about what law cuts you off. Okay? Now, what's the difference between cut off? You got two words called nikrita, and you got another word called hikrita. Some laws, you'll be alienated and estranged, and you'll be denied by God. Then some laws will cause destruction. Hikrita, nikrita, two different things. But when you violate and sin presumptuously, yes, you're cut off. There's no big I's and little U's. You commit adultery, you're cut off, which brings about destruction, excommunicated, death. When you steal, you're cut off, but it doesn't require you to die. But you will be estranged. You will be denied. You'll be betrayed. God will push you aside. I said, to serve the Lord thy God with all thy heart and with all thy soul. How do you serve God with all your heart and with all your soul? By doing what? To keep the commandments of the Lord and the statutes, which I command you this day for your good, not for God's good. This ain't going to benefit me. This ain't going to benefit you. This ain't going to benefit. Look, it ain't going to benefit. Look, it's not going to benefit God. You know who it benefit? The person that's fulfilling the laws and the commandments of God. When you are able to let go of a grudge, who do you think benefits from that? The one that let go of that grudge. Because the constant holding on to a grudge and hate and grievance, it bears down on your spirit. Like this famous example. When you're holding that cup of water, it ain't heavy. But hold it for a year and see how heavy and how heavy that cup gets. How tedious that cup gets. That's why sometimes when I used to behave as a kid, My mother used to tell me, go against the wall, lean me against the wall, and stick my hand out. I ain't tired now, but you stay there for another 30 minutes. Hands gonna start dropping. Sometimes she'll have us do this. Hands start dropping. Pick it up. You don't pick it up, the lash come. Wow, up. Crying. I remember she used to do that because we was bad. You be bad kids. Children need discipline. Children need discipline. Children needs to be chastised. You cannot allow the child to go on in life without discipline, because it goes and it transfers over when the child becomes adults. And then they become worse. And then they start living their life according to their upbringing, according to how they was raised. That's how they're going to live their life. Now you have external and internal stimuli. Internal stimuli are the feelings that stirs up within. External stimuli are what's without. We're going to get into that later. I got some good things for you. Now, what brings about internal feelings, internal stimuli? It all goes according to your upbringing. That's why two people could be raised differently, and I will feel different towards the situation than you would feel. Because my upbringing was different from yours, and your upbringing was different from mine. What is our children? This is why we don't give children choices. You don't give children choices. You don't give children choices. Their choice is your choice. What you allow them to do. That's right. Not their choice. They get their choices when they get old. That's right. When they grow older and they become grown men and grown women, now you will see and visualize and see and understand what they choose in life, what they choose to do. Till then, you don't have a choice. Son, daughter. It said to love him, to serve the Lord thy God with what? With what? With all thy heart, with all thy soul, and with all thy might. He said, behold, the heavens and the heavens and heavens is the Lord thy God. It's different levels up there. Huh? It's different levels up there. It's the Lord thy God, the earth also, and with all therein is. Only the Lord had delight in thy fathers to love him. He said, God had a delight in our forefathers. What was the name of the man that God had delight in? The first man, the first recorded Hebrew was Abraham. And why did God have such delight, so much delight in this man? The reason why God has such delight in this man was because Abraham had a quality. Abraham had a quality in him that you and I did not have. Blind allegiance. Blind allegiance. Huh? He didn't question and doubt God like you today, like us today, like the world today. It didn't have to make sense. It didn't have to make sense. God told him, and he tested him by the very same thing that he loved. He tested him, and that's what God is going to test you with, man. God is going to test you with things that he know on the norm. People not going to give it up. So he tested Abraham with his son. Told him to go kill him and offer him up to me. What Abraham did. He snatched his son. He told his servants to stay here. And he went to go offer up his son before God. Isaac asked him, he said, hey, I see this, I see that, but where's the ram? Where's the bullock? Where's the animal for the sacrifice? Abraham told me, he said, don't worry, God will provide. But as soon as Abraham laid him down, strapped him, laid him down, and draw his hand with that sword to put him to death, he knew he was the sacrifice. But check out the honor that children had for their parents back then than the children today. I can't take my son and lay him down and pull a knife out and go to stab him. He gonna look at me and say, "What are you doing, Alma? Don't kill me, Alma! Please, don't kill me! Alma gonna get." He gonna run. He gonna run. different. The people in the book had a different mindset. Their mindset was completely different than the men in the book. And people cannot acquire that mindset without belief in God. Huh? Look, man, you know where the changes begin? Changes begin from within. You got to change from inside out. When you start from outside, don't never work. It don't never work. You know why? Because the garment was put on to cover your deceit. The garment was used to cover your treachery. The robes was used to cover your deceit and your treachery. Huh? So what that mean now? When you have on a robe and a garment, it requires a certain type of behavior. It requires a certain type of mannerism. It requires a certain type of action and mindset. That's what the robe does. The book said, he said, well, circumcise therefore the foreskin of your heart and be no more stiff-necked. I cannot circumcise your heart. Anytime it speaks about the heart, it talks about the mind. And when you're circumcising your heart, you have to change your frame of thinking. You got to change the way you think. You got to change how you think. You got to change the things that you think about. There's certain things that shouldn't even be conjured up in our minds. There never has there ever been a thought in my mind to murder someone. Because if it wasn't justifiable according to the laws of God, I'm not conjuring in my mind to take your life. I'm not conjuring nothing in my mind to rob you. I'm not conjuring up nothing in my mind to steal. I'm not conjuring up nothing in my mind to steal your land. I'm not conjuring up nothing in my mind to do things that is contrary to what God said. Now, there are certain things that will come to your mind that you haven't mastered. I mastered those things. So the things that you mastered, God ain't going to use that against you. You know what he's going to use against you? What you weaken. He's going to use things in that you're slacking. Now that's where the strength of God coming from. Now that's where ruling your spirit come from. That's why lies come to my mind still. That's why lies come to my mind still. That's why stealing still come to my mind still. To go take something and it don't belong to you. Well, all right. It said, for the Lord your God is what? Is God of gods, Lord of lords, a great God, a mighty and terrible God, which regarded not persons nor taketh reward. What does regard person means? Partiality, to be partial. Respect the persons. This guy here expected his brother to side with him in his wrong. This guy expected his brother to side with him in his fault. Yeah. We got people today. That's right. They don't want to see you side with righteousness. Listen, righteousness has no friends. No. I said righteousness has no friends. It takes no sides. It picks no sides. So when you're wrong, you're wrong. And when you tell me I'm wrong, it's not for me to get angry at you by telling me that I'm wrong. Yeah. How you gonna get angry at that man for telling you, say, wait, man, you wrong, man? The guy gets highly, what are you talking about, man? You gotta look at your ways, man. You're an animal. Look at your ways, man. Damn animal. Because the man told you you're wrong and you shouldn't have done that, you get overly excited. Then now you want to fight the one that told you you're wrong. That's right. I can't walk with you. I can't deal with you if you're that way. Right. Change your ways before God, man. I said, change your ways before God. I'm not supposed to get angry at a person that look, you know how many times a brother come to me and say, man, nah, man, you was wrong for that. I'm like, word? Now, I become more, when a person tell me I'm wrong, I become more attentive. That's what you're supposed to do. Become more attentive so that you can hear what you did wrong, so that you can correct it and it doesn't get repeated. Don't get angry at the person telling you you're wrong. So now you want the person to be partial. Now you want the person to join your side. Join, you sided with me over these niggas. But the same niggas that you're talking about serve God with you. So that's how you look at me, as a nigga, right? Because I ain't your blood. Those things like that, that's called oppression. When you do things like that, if the person is weak, he will leave. Or she would leave because of the treatment. We don't think that there's a way or there's a treatment that comes with serving God. Yes. You don't think that there's a way or a treatment also that comes with serving God? But we too stupid to realize that, because you are only in one field. You are only in kindergarten class. You refuse to leave out of kindergarten. You 10 years old, still in kindergarten. 16 years old, still in kindergarten. 20 years old, still in kindergarten. You know what that means? You haven't elevated. You haven't increased. You haven't stepped up that ladder. So you're stuck on that level. It said he doth executed the judgment of the fatherless and the widow, and loveth the stranger, and giveth him food and raiment. Huh? You know what the fatherless is? You got some people today that are born from two parents. I was talking to a girl today, man, and she ended up finding her mother after a long period of time. This grown girl that's in her 20s, about 26, she don't know her father. You gotta be careful the way, and she don't know God. She don't serve God, but I still gotta be careful how I treat her. Because she's the fatherless. And she don't know her father. She haven't never met her father. She's the fatherless. So you think you could treat this little girl that's 26 years old the way you want to treat her and say, oh, she don't know God. She don't know the Most High. She ain't Israel. I do this to this. He said, I'm the God of the spirits of what?
All flesh.
All flesh. Not just you, Israel. He said, I'm the God of spirits of all flesh. So I got to know how to treat all people. You got to be circumspect now and watch it. And watch it, because some people take advantage of your treatment. Some people take advantage of your treatment. Even Israelites take advantage of your treatment. So you got to be careful and watch.
It's the main ones.
Listen, man. It's a treatment that comes with this, man. It's a mentality that comes with serving God, man. If you can't acquire this mentality, you know how you acquire this mentality? We must read. Putting on frontlet, you don't acquire a mentality like that. Putting on robes and garment, you don't acquire the mentality like that, because I've seen Israelites with robes and frontlet on, and the way they think stink. And their ways stink before God. And our forefathers wore frontlet and bracelet and robes, and God told them, amend your ways. That's right. Change the way you are, man. The way you are. You stink the way you are. The way you are is not acceptable by God, man. The way you do things, your actions, and the
way you carry yourself.
Come on, man. He said, thou shalt fear the Lord thy God, him shalt thou serve, and to him shalt thou cleave. To cleave means to join. to be attached, to join God. How do you join God? By accepting his laws, commandments, and statutes. By fulfilling his laws, commandments, and statutes. And when you expound and you're teaching and showing people the ways of God, oh, don't do nothing wrong. Don't do nothing wrong, because then they will use that one thing and then define you by that one thing. Why do people do that?
True.
Why do people define other people by one thing? But what about the rest of the good that came out of that? What about that? So now the person that defined you by that one thing, that person must think they doo-doo don't stink. Like they ain't wrong. Like they doing that which is right by God. There's only one God. And there's only one way to serve this God. And the only way to serve this God is here. It's right here in this book. Genesis to Malachi. This is where you're going to find out how to serve this God. Right in this book. Let's read it.
Love ye therefore the stranger, for ye were strangers in the land of Egypt.
Uh-huh.
Thou shalt fear the
Okay,
Lord
cut that. And I got to show you something. Something that was pulled to my attention. Something that was pulled to my attention. So the reader, I need the reader to go to Leviticus 19. And these are things, these are keys that God revealed to the dedicated ones. These are keys that God reveals to ones that are dedicated to serve God, man.
Loyal one.
Loyal ones. Huh? I got this, man, from talking to my brother, Prince Zachariah. Let's read Leviticus 19, verse 5.
Go now.
Verse
And that's an
5.
excellent point.
And if you offer a sacrifice of peace offering,
And if you offer a sacrifice of peace offering, right? What is a peace offering? A peace offering is to regain the favor of God, to get back in good graces with God because we fell out of favor. We are not in good favor with God. And because we don't have a high priest to set up these peace offerings, listen, man, like I said, man, this is sad. It's sad, man. And this was on my mind all week. At least our forefathers in the book was able to tell whether God was with them or whether God was not with them. Huh? Even though King Saul stopped the people from eating blood, God still turned his back on them. Huh? God still had his back turned towards them. We could be sitting down in Sabbath teachings, but God got his back turned on us. We could be putting on frontlet and putting on robes and garments, but God got his back turned on us.
God was closer to them than
God was closer to these people more than
now.
today,
He's far from
more
us.
than now. So we gotta acquire the mindset of King David. I said we have to acquire the mindset of King David. You know what that mindset is? We stayed in the repentant mode. We stayed with that repentant thinking. He stayed after he did what he did, man. He kept that mindset of always repenting before God. Why? Because I gotta pierce the heavens. I gotta make a point and show God that I am sorry for what I did, oh Lord. I am sorry for what I did. And being that we can't pinpoint what we do, we need to be in the repentant mode, repentant mindset, 24/7. We always feel guilty. We got to always have this guilty feeling upon ourselves, which is going to trigger what? Actions. See, to have this guilty feelings is going to trigger you to push for the laws of God. Huh? And that's the thing that I saw with my father, man. He never was happy. He always remained with that guilt in a forgiving state of mind.
That's how the men dealt it.
And that's because he stayed in that forgiving and guilty state of mind That was his drive. I didn't know this, man. But that was his drive. That was his drive. You know when he told me that? He never told me that in the house. I went to go see him in the hospital. And I sat down. That was one of the things. I ain't never said it. It was the first time I'm saying it. He said, that was my drive. I blew my mind. I said, it blew my mind. Because I always wondered, where did this man drive for God come from? The first thing he did, I sit down, he grabbed my hand. He said, hey, Shama. He said, well, so this was before he couldn't talk. When he was able to talk, it was just me and him. No rabbit, right? He said, hey, Shama. I said, what's up? He said, you want me to tell you my drive for God? He said, because I kept a guilty mindset. I kept a guilty conscience. And because I maintained that guilty conscience before God, that was my drive to inquire of the laws and the commandments and the statutes of the living God.
They ain't even sin.
And guess what? And that's what our forefathers did.
They ain't even sin, man.
When he told me so, man. Some things he told me, he said, don't say nothing. I ain't even supposed to say it, but that I could reveal. And I learned a lot from my pops, man. He kept a guilty keys. Special keys to push for God.
Yeah.
That is, you know what that is?
Yeah.
That was his drive. That was his fire. That's what pushed him. That's what pushed him, man. He kept a guilty mindset. Because when you don't have that guilty mindset, when you think you good, you ain't gonna push. You ain't gonna take heed to yourself. You're not gonna do none of that if you don't keep a guilty mindset, which is gonna trigger changes. Okay? Let's read it.
If you offer a sacrifice of peace offerings
And if you offer a sacrifice of peace offerings
unto the Lord,
you
shall offer it at your own will.
Ye shall offer it at your own will. And the word for at your own will is what? Liaison, right? It means for your own will. It also means to be accepted. Okay? So let's keep going.
And if aught remain unto the third day, it shall be burnt in the fire.
No, back up. 6.
It shall be eaten the same day ye offer it, and on the morrow. And if
It shall be eaten the same day and the morrow.
And if aught remain unto the third day, it shall be burnt in the fire. And if it be eaten at all on the third day, it is abominable.
If you eat it on the third day, it's abominable.
It shall not be accepted.
It shall not be accepted. Okay? So this is the same word, razon. It shall be accepted, and then it says it shall not be accepted. The other definition is or of your own will, which means, and he took it a step higher. He took it a step higher, my boy. He said, man, you know what? He said, when we do these laws, and we add on to these laws, and we take away from these laws, and we start to do these laws your way, that is of your will, that is of your own will, and because you are doing these laws according to your own will and not God's will, it won't be accepted. That's how deep and important it is that we cannot change what we read here in the book. We must stick to what we read here in the book in order for God to accept it. So the word for kesukah is your covering. So when we walk around with just fringes on our garment and no fringes on our t-shirt, that is of our own will. All the while you've been putting on fringes like that is not accepted. You see how deep and serious it is to follow exactly what you read?
Get too small.
You see how important it is? Let's go to Deuteronomy 13. Deuteronomy chapter 13. From the top.
If there arise among you a prophet or a dreamer of dreams.
Okay. If there arise a prophet or what?
Or a dreamer of dreams.
A dreamer of dreams. We don't have prophets today. There are no prophets today because we killed them. We chased them.
What about Kohen?
We chased them. We killed them. We hung them. We don't have prophets. We don't have dreamer of dreams, and we don't have priests. And no high priests. We don't have none of that right now.
No king either.
That's the position that we are in right now with God. We in a bad position right now with God, man. When are we going to realize that we are in a bad position with God? When? When it's too late? That's when you're going to find out? When it's too late? Huh? When the door is sealed shut? When the path is made dark? Because there's a time limit. We all have a different time limit. When the door remains open, walk through the door before God shuts it. I said, walk through that door before God shuts it. And when God shut it, you're not going to find your way back towards God. He's going to leave you right there in that state of mind.
That's right.
He's going to leave you right there in that mindset. That's why some people destiny. We all got different destiny. And then you end up with a person, but God separates you. I said, God separates you. Nothing is done. Nothing is done in earth with you that is not done by God. So now you got to ask yourself, why? Go high. Go up. I said, go up in your thoughts. Go up in your thinking pattern. And then go up far past what happened. And ask yourself, why did God separate me from her? Or why did God separate me from him? Ask yourself, what's going on? I said, what's going on? You need to ask, we need to ask ourselves. What's going on in the heavens? Let's read it, man.
If there arise among you a prophet or a dreamer of dreams, and giveth thee a sign or a wonder.
If there what? Arise what?
A prophet or a dreamer of dreams.
If there arise among you a prophet or a dreamer of dreams,
that giveth thee a sign or a wonder.
That giveth thee a sign or a wonder, Tamshi.
And the sign or the wonder come to pass.
And the sign and the wonder come to pass.
Whereof he spake unto thee, saying, let us go after other gods, which thou hast not known, and let us serve them. Thou shalt not hearken unto the words of that prophet, or that dreamer of dreams. For the Lord your God proved it.
Say that again.
And the sign or the wonder come to pass, whereof he spake unto thee, saying, let us go after other gods.
Let us go after other gods. Now, they don't come and tell you to go after other gods. They're going to try and convince you to do things that's contrary from God's law. Now, you gotta have your strength in God in order not to follow that, in order to let that go, in order to distance yourself from that. That's why God said, love the Lord thy God with all your heart, soul, and might. So when you love God with all your heart, soul, and might, nothing gets in between that. My children can't get in between that. Nobody gets in between that. Husband, wife, nobody. Nobody. Go ahead, read.
And the sign and the wonder come to pass, whereof he spake unto thee, saying, let us go after other gods which thou hast not known, and let us serve them. Thou shalt not hearken unto the words of that prophet or that dreamer of dreams. For the Lord your God proveth you to know whether ye love the Lord your God with all your heart and with all your soul. You shall walk after the Lord your God.
Okay, hold up. I just seen a comment. The brother asked if we accept fringes. Fringes was commanded by God. But you can't just put on fringes and think that's going to deliver you.
Down.
That's going to deliver you, and God's going to accept you like that. No, that's part of it. We got to follow God wholly. We got to cover all aspects. So you got the mindset of people where they think all they need to do is put on fringes and pop up every now and then in Sabbath teachers and think they're accepted. They think that's what makes them God's people. No. And what I said was, of your own free will means when you do the law your way and not God's way.
Not his way.
When you do the law your way and
way.
not God's way, it's not accepted. So sukkah means your covering, which means everything that you cover yourself must have fringes. The garment has fringes. My t-shirt has fringes. Whatever I cover my, now I ain't gonna have long, extraneous fringes and have a bunch of threads because it's wisdom. Wisdom is a principal thing. I'm gonna put small fringes on my t-shirt. If I want long ones, I'll put some here. My coat, I got to sew fringes on my coat, small, miniature. Why? Because the Hebrew word is ketsukah. Ketsukah means your covering. So whatever you cover yourself with, you must put fringes on it. With corners. Because a lot of the Israelites put on fringes and they don't split and put corners on their shirts. They don't put no corners there. Why? I don't know. Because they're doing the law of their own will, according to their ways, according to how they think, and it's not accepted. There, read.
And you shall walk after the Lord your God and fear him, and keep his commandments, and obey his voice.
Say it again. You shall
And
walk
you shall
after
walk after the Lord your God, and fear him.
Fear him.
And keep his commandments.
And keep his commandments.
And obey his voice.
And obey his voice.
And you shall serve him and cleave unto him.
You shall serve him and cleave unto him. What verse you at?
Verse 5.
Go ahead.
That prophet or that dreamer of dreams shall be put to death. Because he has spoken to turn you away from the Lord your God, which brought you out of the land of Egypt and redeemed you out of the house of bondage, to thrust thee out of the way which the Lord thy God commanded thee to walk in. So shalt thou put the evil away from the midst of thee. Verse 6. If thy brother, the son of thy brother,
the son of thy mother,
or thy son,
or thy son,
or thy daughter,
or
the wife of thy
wife of thy bosom,
or thy friend, which is as thine own soul,
which is as your own soul,
entice thee secretly, saying, let us go after other gods which thou hast not known, thou nor thy fathers, namely of the gods of the people which are round about you, nigh unto thee, or far off from thee.
Hold up right there. Nobody's going in on nobody, man. Nobody's going in on nobody. I'm just explaining the law. Don't feel no way. I apologize if you feel the way. I apologize. But I'm just explaining the law clearly so that you can understand, so that we can understand. Because you're not the only one that did not understand it. There are people here that did not understand it. So the message was for you and for other people that are sitting in here that did not understand it. I don't want you to feel no way, and that's not my intentions. And I must clarify myself because I don't want you to feel no way or look at me in a way. That's not a leader's. That's not a leader or a teacher. That's not a way teachers and leaders supposed to move. You understand? So I apologize again to the brother. I ain't gonna call your name. I love you, brother.
Yeah,
I love you.
Yeah.
Let's read.
Verse 7. Namely of the gods of the people which are round about
Namely of the gods of the people which are round about you.
Nigh unto thee.
Namely of the gods of the people that are round about you, that we are surrounded by, because the nation and the people that we live amongst has many gods. And this is what clarifies what God you serve according to your lifestyle, according to how you live, according to your boundaries and the lines that you won't cross, determines what God you serve. So you can't say you know God if you live otherwise. You can't say you know my God if you live otherwise. And you don't bind yourself according to these laws, commandments, and statutes. Let's read it. Let's go. Let's go.
Namely of the gods of the people which are round about you, nigh unto thee or far off from
What
thee.
verse you at?
Middle of 7.
Middle of 7. I skipped some part. Stay at middle of 7. I got to go back to verse 3. Right? It said, thou shalt not hearken unto the words of thy prophet or that dream of dreams, for the Lord your God prove it you. Huh? The word for prove is what? Nasa. Now we're going to learn how do God prove us? How do God test us and try us and prove us? Huh? To prove means what? To establish the truth or validity of by evidence or demonstration. What is the evidence? When God allows certain things to be revealed to us, to stand as proof that the Mount Sinai at one point in time in history has been ignited in fire by the presence of God. Scientists and archaeologists went to the mountain and they found sulfur on the whole mountain range. And they said, man, it seems like this mountain has been burning for a very long time. Huh? This is why our God is God. Huh? He said, now the demonstration. By evidence and demonstration. You know what was the demonstration? Action. When God commanded Moses, they told Moses, he said, tell the people they need to be clean for 3 days. 3 days they need to be clean. Okay? He said, come not near your wife, because when I cohabitate and have sex with my wife, and the seed of copulation leave from me, I become unclean. Now, this uncleanness cannot be seen with the naked eye. It's not physical. This is something that's spiritual. And when you are unclean, spiritual, it distances you away from God. These are serious things. Why God is so distant away from us, because some people stay unclean. I said some people stay unclean. And I cannot make excuses. See, we make excuses. Oh, well, God understands. I got to go to work. You think God accept that?
That's the whole world.
I said, do you think God is going to accept that?
No, sir.
So the only way for me to get around that, I got to follow the rules and the standards that my father showed me. Okay, I want to do the uncleanness law, but I got to work. So therefore, my skin got to stay covered. So therefore, I got to have my own chairs and I got to chain it up. Those are two good ways. So I have my own chair to sit on a clean chair that a woman on her menstruation don't sit and cause it to be unclean. And there is no way, no cotton picking way that that chair could be clean again. Nowhere in the book stated that. Then I got to be careful with a man with his issue. Okay? When a man have an issue, when he go into a woman and her flowers get upon him, or when he has a leak or an issue in his genitals, which causes him to be unclean. In the law, it states, whatever you sit on shall be unclean. So I got to cover my skin, buy me a chair, and take it to work with me. Now, if my job is driving this car every day, I got to find, I don't know. You got to reject overtime. You got to say, well, I can't do no overtime. I have to be home at a certain time, wash before sunset, quick fast. And if I'm going back to work, get dressed, run back outside and go to work. Because now I have a driving job. But it's the ways around it. And when you make these ways, you gotta build these ways around it, because God don't accept excuses. He said he required this, which means if I require this thing from you, you have to make it happen. Don't come to me with no excuses. I don't require this and I demand this of you. My father come to me and say, yo, Shaman, man, I demand of you to do such and such and such. There's no excuses that I can tell my father that can change that. The same thing with God. I said the same thing with God. If you happen to be far away and you happen to run into 2, 3 people, there's no way you 2 or 3 people supposed to separate. Because we the only 3. We like Abednego, Meshach, Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego, the 3 holy children. So we got to stay together because us 3 are the only 3 with this mindset to serve God. You're not supposed. Abednego ain't supposed to separate from Shadrach and Meshach. Meshach ain't supposed to separate from Abednego and the other one. Nah, man. Nah, man. No. Okay, to prove means what? I told you that. Validity. Right? Validity means conforming to accepted principles. Conforming or agreeing to accepted principles. Which means if you don't agree with it, well, I'll be damned, you better start agreeing.
That's right.
You got to make yourself agree with God.
Like how you make yourself love that woman.
Like how you make yourself love that woman.
That's right.
Like how you make yourself love that man.
That's right.
Then how do you love? By putting time. By putting time in effort. So love for God is the same cotton picking thing.
That's right.
Love is not going to build if I don't put time and effort in the laws and the commandments of God.
That's right.
But we don't put time and effort in God.
And everything else.
So we don't put no time, so we don't have a way of building that love and that relationship and that connection with God. That's deep, man. Huh? Come on, man.
You put time in, man.
To test, when God tests you by 3 things. 3 things. Observation. What is observation? Observation means he's watching you. You're being observed. You're being watched. And when you're being observation also means to conform to one's actions. He's watching you to see if you're going to conform to his laws. So he watch you and he watch you. He give you the law and God watch you. He give you the commands and he watch you to see what you're going to do with it. Are you going to adhere? Are you going to take heed? Or are you going to refrain? Huh? Evaluate. Huh? To determine the value or worth of a person. Huh? That's what God does. To determine and to see whether you're worthy. You have worthy, and your worth come from worth. Worthy come from worth. Worthless come from worth. We're going to get into that later. And we're going to learn what makes us worthy before God. We're going to learn what makes us worthless before God. Huh? Because remember, we're going to get into that now. That's the next chapter. Huh? Trial means what? Test of faith. God going to test your faith. God going to test your patience. God going to test your stamina. Huh? With the very same thing that you love. He going to test your faith with that right there. He going to test your stamina with that right there. Huh? He tests your faith, patience, and stamina by suffering or temptation. He calls you to suffer. And see how long you can endure this suffering without violating God. Didn't he do that with Job? I said, didn't he do it with Job? God tested his faith, and his faith tested him. God tested him by making him by allowing the Satan. That's what the book said. Satan, meaning the adversary. People say, oh, ain't no such thing as Satan. Ain't no such thing as Satan. Okay, so what Job talking about?
That's right.
What does that mean? Satan. That's what the book say.
Right.
I said, that's what the book said, but we refuse to hearken to what the book says. You don't see how these brothers, they want to go into everything that's in the Hebrew.
Yeah.
Everything. Oh, let's go into Hebrew. Let's go into Hebrew. Aki, let's go into Hebrew. But why we don't go into Hebrew when Leviticus 19 says you should not round your heads? Why we don't go into Hebrew with that? Because that right there describes a Hamitic custom. But when you go into Hebrew, it states and it denounces and it condemns the cutting of your hair, and the shaving of your beard.
That's right. Talk about it.
It denounced that. But we don't want to go in that Hebrew.
Yeah.
We shouldn't have bald heads in Israel.
Yeah.
Brother got on the kippah. The kippah is pasted on his bald head.
Yeah.
It looked like it's a part of it. Next thing, he starts to trim and cut off all the hair from underneath his neck. Trim the mustache. Hey, I ain't never seen a goatee so perfect.
Yeah. Yeah. Talk about the drama.
I ain't never seen a goatee so perfect. That goatee ain't supposed to be perfect.
Yeah. Talk about it.
The only thing we supposed to be trimming is our mustache.
Talk about it.
That's the only thing we're supposed to be trimming. We need to learn. That's one thing. That's one thing.
Too sharp.
That's one thing that my father taught me, man. Yeah. He didn't tell us to learn the language for conversation.
So what's the purpose? What's the purpose?
The purpose and the reason for him learning the language was to get in depth into that law.
Yeah.
To learn the law in the Hebrew so we know what God accepts from what God don't accept.
Yeah.
Huh? That's why he told us and pushed us to learn the Hebrew. Huh? To do the laws, the commandments.
Find out and do it.
Then, Torah is instructions, man. Instructions of how we should live our life to please God.
Please God. That's right.
Not to please nobody else.
Yeah.
Not to please nobody else. My objective is to please God.
Yeah.
And when you please God, everything else falls in line. Okay? To try means to examine. To subject a person to undue strain. What is undue strain? Undue strain is excessive or unwarranted, done in that matter that is unjust or improper. Excessive hardship or provocation that tests your endurance. Okay? Now, we were commanded to love God. Yes, we was commanded to love God. Now, there's two types of love. Affection based on admiration, benevolence, and common interests. In order for me and this woman, for me to love this woman, we got to have something in common. Back then it was like that. Now you'll have a Muslim and a Christian married, and they ain't got nothing in common. One believing the Jake on the cross, like you doing the karate kick. You ever saw the karate kid? And the thing getting lights beat out of him. Next thing he do this, you ain't catching me with that kick. There's no way you're gonna catch me with that kick. Cause I'm gonna grab you. Yo, listen, man. And then the Christian will marry a Muslim dude. There's nothing common. And that's gonna get in the way of allowing me to love. See, you know what's my mistake, man? And you know what's our mistake? We can't change what don't want to be changed. I said, you can't change what don't want to be changed. Whoever wants to change will change themselves. Okay? Let's read.
Verse 7. namely of the gods of the people which are round about you, nigh unto thee or far off
Namely
from
of
thee.
the gods of the people that are round about you.
Nigh unto thee
Close by
or far off from
or
thee.
far off.
From the one end of the earth, even unto the other end of the earth. Thou shalt not consent unto him.
Thou should not consent unto them. You should not agree with them.
Agree with him.
You shouldn't agree with them. Don't go into agreement with them.
Nor hearken unto him. Neither shalt thine eye pity him. Neither shalt thou spare. Neither shalt thou conceal him. But thou shalt surely kill him. Thine hand shall be first upon him to put him to death.
Why? Because this guy or this person try to pull you away from serving God. He try to pull you away from doing the thing that is lawful and right by God. So therefore, God said, kill him. But we get angry at God. No, I get angry at you. And said, why you want to kill him? I said, God said kill him. You take your problem up with God. See, there's certain things and certain laws that bring death. And when God said kill this person or that person should die, you have people that get angry at that. People despise the judgment of God. We despise the judgment of God. Let's read it.
But thou shalt surely kill him. Thine hand shall be first upon him to put him to death. And afterwards the hand of all the people. And thou shalt stone him with stones that he die, because he has sought to thrust thee away from the Lord thy God, who brought thee out of the land of Egypt, from the house of bondage. And all Israel shall hear.
All Israel shall what?
Hear.
Shall hear.
And fear.
And fear.
And shall do no more any such wickedness.
What does fear? What does fear means? To fear means to be afraid of. So in order to fulfill the laws and the commandments of God, we have to be afraid. If you are not afraid, then you won't make the necessary decisions according to the standards of God. So in order to make any type of changes towards serving God, I got to be afraid. I said, I have to be afraid. And when we are not afraid, that is the beginning of us violating and transgressing God's laws. So when things happen in our lives, don't ask why. Because this all was brought upon you according to the works of your own hands. You put this upon yourself because you allow your distorted thoughts to pull you away from God. And then you start living your own life. That's contrary from God. Let's read it.
Verse 12. If thou shalt hear say in one of thy cities, which the Lord thy God hath given thee to dwell there, saying, certain men, the children of Belial.
Certain men, the children of Belial. Belial is what? Worthless. Belial means worthless. Without worth. Go ahead.
Certain men, the children of Belial, are gone out from among you, and have withdrawn the inhabitants of their city, saying, let us go
have
and serve.
Withdrawn the inhabitants of the city. They done went and gathered up a mob to agree with them.
Yeah.
Like minds. I said like minds attract.
Right.
Like minds attract. If me and you think the same, same common interest, that's what's going to attract me to you and you to me. But if I don't agree with your thinking and you don't agree with my thinking, that is the beginning of the two separating. Now we are getting to the nitty-gritty of why things don't last. Why relationships don't last. Why marriages don't last. Why friendship don't last. Why there comes a point in time when two people have to separate because we don't maintain the same thinking pattern. We don't agree. My mind frame is here, but your mind frame is over there. I think this way, but you don't think the way I think. You think opposite to the way I think. And then just a matter of time, we're going to clash and then separate. That's right. That's right. But what causes us to have the one mind principle? When we can agree with God. When we can agree with God. And we can disagree with what God disagrees with. Now we got the one mind principle. Now that's what attracts me to you. And that's what attracts you to me. But that was then. That's why a man will look at a heathenistic woman that lives otherwise than you live and talk to her and be attracted to her. Because our forefathers wasn't attracted to looks.
Yeah.
Our forefathers was attracted to women that served God. And the woman was attracted to men that served God. And if you didn't serve God, then the attraction was not there. That was the link. That tells you right there that our mindset is messed up today. What am I doing being attracted to this? And what I'm attracted to don't want to serve God.
That's right.
So now I gotta break myself.
That's right.
I gotta break myself. I gotta break my attachment.
That's right.
Huh?
That's right.
It said death. Death is a natural part of life.
Change
Death
yourself.
is also the pleasure of God. Huh? Train yourself to let go of everything you fear to lose.
Yeah.
That's a training and a discipline within the self. I gotta train myself, to let go of things that I'm afraid to lose. I gotta train myself like that. That's what makes me a God. That's what makes me a man. Oh, you want to leave? You want to run? Go on, go see you.
Yeah.
Oh, my children want to leave? Oh, they don't want to? Okay, go ahead. Oh, this one want to leave? Okay, see you later. Got to learn to adapt.
Yeah.
I said, we got to learn to adapt
Yeah.
ourselves. To keep what? To keep your mind sane. To keep the sanity within you. So you don't get thrown off.
Yeah.
Let's read it.
Certain men, the children of Belial, are gone out from among you and have withdrawn the inhabitants of their city, saying, let us go and serve other gods which ye have not known.
Let us go and serve other gods which ye have not known.
You weren't taught about this.
You wasn't even taught about this. I never showed you this. You never was introduced to this. That's why today you'll have a child that was raised up in fearing God and keeping his laws and commandments. Next thing the child end up in the church.
Yeah.
Next thing the child turned Christian.
Yeah.
Come on, man. Let's read it.
Then shall thou inquire and make search and ask diligently, and behold, if it be truth.
Where you at?
14.
Let's read it.
If it be truth, and the thing certain that such abomination is wrought among you, thou shalt surely smite the inhabitants of that city with the edge of the sword, destroying it utterly, and all that is therein, and the cattle thereof with the edge of the sword.
Look, man. My God ain't all love. God is love. Yeah, he ain't all love. My God kills too. I said, my God kills.
That's right.
He also make alive. He said, I wound and I heal. He said, who could deliver out of my hand? You think you got away? You think you can get away from God? That's what my God does, man. So when God said kill, don't feel no way. Just don't put yourself in the predicament to be killed. Don't do the things that God said you need to die for. Don't put yourself in that position. Don't go sleeping with your own kind. God said don't do that. Don't go committing adultery with a woman that's married to a man. Don't do those things. Then you won't put yourself in the kill zone. Let's read it.
Verse 16, and thou shalt gather all the spoil of it into the midst of the street thereof, and shall burn with the fire the city and all the spoil thereof, every whit, for the Lord thy God, and it shall be in heat forever. It shall not be built
Shall
again.
not be built again.
And there shall cleave naught of the cursed thing to thine hand, that the Lord may turn from the fierceness of his anger and show thee mercy and have compassion upon thee.
Wait a minute. Wait a minute. He said, thou shalt utterly smite the inhabitants of that city with the edge of the sword, destroying it utterly. And all that is therein and the cattle thereof with the edge of the sword. See, certain things, when we go to war, God don't want nothing back. Wipe everything out. It's not accepted. I don't want it back.
No prisoners of war.
Don't bring back the cattle to serve me and make
I don't want
sacrifice.
that. It's cursed.
I don't want that because those cattle that you're bringing back is cursed. But King Saul hearkened to the people and he brought back the best of the sheep. And the first person that was supposed to die was Agag.
Yeah.
He was the first one was to go.
Main target.
He was the main target. But he saved them alive. And because he did those things, God turned away from him. There was nothing that Saul could have done to get back into good graces or get back in favor with God, which means Saul was cut off from connection, from conversation, no contact,
No answer.
no answer,
Ring, ring, ring.
no answer.
Not Jack,
You listen,
I
man.
don't want that.
Listen, man, you don't want that. Go ahead, read.
And thou shalt gather all the spoil of it into the midst of the street thereof, and shalt burn with fire the city and all the spoil thereof.
Okay, let's
every
cut
whit.
that. Let's cut that. And let's go into 1 Samuel. Yeah, let's go into 1 Samuel. Yes, 1 Samuel. 1 Samuel chapter 2. All right. Time sheet.
1 Samuel chapter 2.
Mhm.
And Anna prayed.
No. Start from verse 12. Start from verse 12.
Verse 12.
Now, no, start from 9. Verse 9. 1 Samuel chapter 2, verse 9.
He will keep the feet of his saints.
He will guard the feet of his saints. I said he will guard the feet of his saints, which means there are still people on earth that God look at as the saints.
God.
And there's, like I said, God deals with time. There's a certain time the person could be doing certain things wrong with God, but God knows there's a certain time in this man's life where he's going to make a complete change. He's going to make a 360 turn. And now he's going to start elevating and pushing for God. Huh? So because in that particular time, you're going to push for God, God will guard your feet so that will allow you to get to that level, because we all got destinations in life. Okay, go ahead.
He will keep the feet of his saints,
Uh-huh.
and the wicked shall be silent in darkness.
Uh-huh.
For by strength shall no man prevail.
Uh-huh.
The adversaries of the Lord shall be broken to pieces.
Mm-hmm.
Out of heaven shall he thunder upon them.
Where we at?
10.
Okay, go ahead.
The Lord shall judge the ends of the earth, and he shall give strength unto his king, and exalt the
Verse
horn
12.
of his anointed.
Go to verse 12.
Verse 12. Now the sons of Eli
Now the sons of Eli
were sons of Belial.
were sons of Belial.
They knew not
Huh?
the Lord.
The word Belial, it means worthless.
No value.
Now we're going to learn what does worthless mean. Worthless means you have no worth. Worthless means when you lack moral or personal values. When you lack moral or personal values. Now we're going to learn what is moral values, and now we're going to learn what is personal values, so that we can determine whether you're worthless or not. This is how you know if you're worthless before God. Or this is what tells you and reveals to you whether if you are of any worth towards God. So moral values is what? Are principles or standards that guides an individual. What are principles and standards? The principles and the standards of God. The principles and the standards that we read in this book. Right? That guides an individual what? Behavior. But we go around here and act like your behavior don't count. Oh, I do this and I live this and I do that, but your behavior stinks.
That's right.
So because your behavior stink, and I got on robes and doing all this, but your behavior stink. So now God look at you as worthless. We gotta watch how we behave.
That's right.
We gotta watch how we act.
Yeah.
But the same people that you telling these people that want to look at you and act like they know more than you.
That's right.
Your behavior counts before God. Yes, it does.
Yeah.
It's up there, man.
It's your ways.
Your behavior is up there. And when your behavior stinks before God, he look at you as Belial,
Uh-huh.
son of Belial.
Uh-huh.
That's what God look at you as. Huh? It said, and individuals' behavior and choices based on what God considers right or wrong. Huh? Individuals' behavior and choices based on what God considers right or wrong. What you choose to do based on what God said is right or wrong. Huh? Okay? Personal values now. Your personal values, huh? Your personal values are a set of guiding principles and beliefs. Your personal values guides you. Huh? It's based on principles and personal beliefs that you use to differentiate between what is good and what is bad. Huh? So now, before you get to know God, you got to believe. You got to believe. Okay? You got to believe. You got to have some type of a belief to know God. Okay? Let's go ahead. Let's read.
Now the sons of Eli were sons of Belial. They knew not the Lord.
Now the sons of who?
Eli were sons of Belial. They knew not the Lord.
They didn't know God. Huh? They didn't know God. To know is the Hebrew word for know is yada. It means to know, right? To know of God, to be aware of through observation, inquiry, and information. Okay? So to know God, you have to go through observation. Right? What do you mean by observation? Take notice. What grabbed your attention? Huh? And you know the example that put me there? Exodus 3rd chapter. The burning bush. The burning bush. Took notice. He was curious. Because if God didn't allow him, if he wasn't curious, in order for God to reveal certain things to you, you must show some type of curiosity. You got to be curious. I said, you got to be curious. You got to be curious. You got to be curious for God to open up to you. Huh? You got to. This man is 11 years old. The little man said you got to show interest. You got to be interested. And if you're not interested, then God ain't going to open up to you. How do you show God your interest? By reading. But you don't never read. So God opened up and showed the ones that read more than ones that don't read. And the ones that don't read want to step up in the ones that read and tell you got to stand down. Because there's a thing called self-made. Yeah. You ever heard that that word? Self-made.
Yeah.
Nobody put you in that chair, and nobody made you that. You made yourself that. That don't count. That doesn't count. You can't make yourself something. The head got to make you what it is. The head got to make you a teacher. God got to make you a prophet or a priest. And if you wasn't made a teacher, or you wasn't consecrated to be a priest or a prophet, stop putting yourself in that category. Stop putting yourself in that category and stand down.
Okay.
Stop putting yourself in that category and stand down. In order for God to deal with you, you have to have a certain amount of interest for God. You ain't showing no interest, God gonna pull away. God gonna pull away.
That's right.
Huh? Inquiry. Inquiry is what? Investigation. Often matters of interest. So whatever sparked my interest, I'm going to inquire. I'm going to inquire. I'm going to investigate. I'm going to start studying. I'm going to start digging and searching words because I'm interested. I'm going to seek out the word. Now, inquiry, you gather your information through investigation, through studying and instructions. By you investigating, by you studying and being instructed. Right? So when you begin to comply to the commandments of God, you will begin to adapt to his ways. Huh? But before we adapt to the commandments of God, I got to comply and agree to his laws, commandments, and statutes. Go ahead, read.
Verse 13.
Uh-huh.
And the priest's custom with the people was that when any man offered sacrifice, the priest's servants came while the flesh was in seething with the flesh hook of 3 teeth in his hand. And he struck it into the pan or kettle or cauldron or pot. All that the flesh hook brought up, the priest took for himself.
Uh-huh.
So they did in Shiloh unto all the Israelites that
It said,
came
now,
thither.
it said, and the priest's custom with the people was that when any man offered sacrifice, the priest servants came with the flesh was in seething, with a flesh hook of 3 teeth in his hands, and he struck it in the pan or cauldron or pot. All that the flesh brought up, the priest took for himself. So they did in Shiloh unto all the Israelites that came thither. Huh? They wanted it raw. The meat wasn't cooked. I said the meat was not cooked. They wanted raw flesh. Rare. Read.
Also, before they burnt the fat, the priest servants came and said to the man,
Before they burnt the fat. In the Hebrew, it says, Beterem yiktirun, Beterem yiktirun et ha-keleb. Right? Come from the word quitoret or quatar. Right? Before they burned the incense with the fat, it says in the Hebrew. Right? The incense was only burnt during sacrifices. So we shouldn't be burning incense in our houses. We shouldn't be burning frankincense in our houses. I don't burn you want your house stinks? If your house stinks, go get some air freshener. There's a thing called Febreze. Smells really good. Open up the window, spray some Febreze, air out the house. But I will by no means burn incense in my house because incense was only burnt during sacrifices dedicated to God. So I don't burn incense in my house. One brother said, it ain't talking about this incense. I say, so who told you that?
Nobody.
Where did you get your information from? Ain't nobody came to you and told you nothing. Did God tell you that? No. So we only have one thing to go by. What's revealed to us that's in this book. What we read here that's in this book. Stay away. Don't burn incense. I advise you, because you have a choice. You want to burn incense, you go ahead. But God look at you as if you're burning incense to idols and deities because it ain't burnt to him.
It ain't burning.
And once I smell incense being burnt in the house, I said, listen, brother, I gotta get out of here. I gotta go. You in here burning incense. I don't know what you burning incense to. We're in the house. At the house, I gotta get out. I gotta go. Go ahead, read.
And also, before they burnt the fat, the priest servants came and said to the man that sacrificed, give flesh to roast for the priest, for he will
He
not
said,
have,
give flesh to roast for the priest.
for he will not have sodden flesh of thee, but raw.
Oh, you know what they mean by sodden? Huh? He said, sodden means what? Bashal means cooked. I don't want my meat cooked. I don't want it boiled and roasted. He said, but give it to me raw. When it says for raw, it says chai, yo, that means raw of flesh. They wanted raw meat, man. They wanted to eat the meat raw.
That's how they eat it to live.
Medium rare.
Rare.
Tom sheet.
And if any man said unto him, let them not fail to burn the fat presently, and then take as much as thy soul desireth. And he would answer him, nay, but thou shalt give it me now.
He said, man, give it to me now.
And if not,
And if you don't give it to me now,
I
then
will
what?
take it by
He
force.
said, I'm going to take it by force.
Wherefore the sin of the young men was very great before the Lord, for men abhorred the
The
offering
sin of the
Lord.
young man was great before God. He said, for men despise the offerings of the Lord. You know what the offerings is the meat God. Meat God, that's the offerings. See, there was a point, there was certain times where the offerings went up. You had a morning offering, right? And the morning offering is not when you get up at 11 o'clock.
That's right.
You can't stay asleep at 10 o'clock, 10:30. Thank God. I don't care how late I stay up. For some reason, I just wake up at 5:30, 6, I'm up. I don't need an alarm clock. The only thing that keep me sleeping is if I get drunk. If I get drunk and I have me a few Guinnesses and I feel nice, hopefully that keep me sleeping, put me in a coma. But once I ain't drinking, I'm getting up 5:30, 6, I wake up automatically. First thing to do when you wake up automatically, still dawn, light come out, put on your garment, cover your head, prostrate yourself before God, just set up that prayer in place of the offering. I said, in place of the offerings, you set up your prayers. So we have to be accepted before God so that our prayers can be accepted before God. We have to remain accepted in the eyes of God. So we have to fulfill these laws, commandments, and statutes, fulfill these standards and principles that we read here in the book so that we can be accepted of God. Let's go.
Verse 18.
Uh-huh.
But Samuel ministered before the Lord.
You know how old Samuel was? Samuel was a child, a little guy. He was promised to God by his mother. You know why his mother promised this child to God? Because our God is the God that gives life. So the life that we have within us is not ours. It don't belong to me. It belongs to God. Because when your time is up, he calls your name and it's time to let go of that ghost and give it up. Time to come back over here. Your time has expired on earth. You have fulfilled your duty on earth. Take your life from you. We all got a duty in life to do. I said we all have a duty on life. And when you have fulfilled your duty, whether it's good or evil, guess what? God calls you back. That's all it is. Your duty, fulfill your duty. When God say, oh, that's it, time to go. Time to go. See, this was ordained from the beginning of time when Adam ate from the tree of knowledge of good and evil. And God commanded him not to eat from the tree of knowledge of good and evil. But every man got a choice. Man and woman got a choice. And by all means, I'm not going to get angry and tight and aggravated at your choice. Because Because God gave you a choice. He said, but choose life or death, good and evil. He said, choose life so that thou and thy seed may live. Okay? So according to my lifestyle and how I live, my children will be delivered. I said, according to the parent's lifestyle,
That's right, man.
you can deliver your child.
That's right.
And according to the parent's lifestyle, you can destroy your child.
That's right.
That's what you teach. No, that's what God teach. That's what you teach, right? That's what you teach. Stop putting me in that stead. Don't tell me that's what I teach.
Right.
Please. Please don't tell me that's what I teach. I don't teach that. All right? This is the word of God. These are the laws and the commandments of God. But because you don't believe God, you think it's his word.
That's right.
Let's read.
But Samuel ministered before the Lord, being a child, girded with a linen ephod.
Girded with a linen ephod. He ain't had no suit and tie. Say he's girded with a linen ephod. Suit and tie. Lapels. You know what that tie represent? When people get on a suit and tie, study it, do your study. It represents a hangman noose. Every time you put that tie on, choke it. I hated a tie. I used to go to Brooklyn Boys and Girls School, and the requirements was to wear a shirt and a tie. So I couldn't get into school unless I had that on. So you know what I did? I took a shirt. I cut the shirt in half up to here. Put the tie on, put it over, put the tie on, zip, put my shirt over it. Once I get in, that's coming off. Off. I despise ties. I hated it. People don't do the studies in their history of where these things derived from. Let's read it.
Moreover, his mother made him a little coat
Made him a little coat
and brought it to him from year to year.
once a year. His mother saw his child, saw her son once a year. Because she already had the mindset and she already made her mind up that once I have this child, I got to do according to what I vowed to God. Which means I got to give this child up to God, to the temple, to Eli, to be raised by a high priest. Personal service to God. So she saw that child once a year. When she seen that child once a year, that child had on that robe. Once a year, he get a new robe. Once a year, he gets a new robe. His mother come and bring him a new robe. That tell you right there that they wasn't vain. It wasn't in their mentality or their makeup to talk about, oh, you had that robe on for 2-3 days. You need to change your clothes. I ain't got to change nothing as long as it ain't unclean. I could have on this robe for 2-3 weeks.
Right.
But once I'm not unclean and I don't get it unclean, and I ain't got to wash it.
Yeah.
That tells you the different mentality that our forefathers had and the mentality that we have today. I'm not going to keep this robe on 2-3 weeks. In my mind, I need to change it because I don't have the same mentality as Samuel. We don't have the same mentality as King David. We don't have the same mindset as the men and the woman in this book. So we move according to our mindset. We move according to how we think. That's why it takes a certain type of mentality to serve this God. If you don't acquire that mentality, you can't serve the Lord. You're not going to get it. Let's read it.
And brought him, moreover, his mother made him a little coat and brought it to him from year to year when she came up with her husband.
What verse you at?
I'm at 19.
Okay. Year to year. Wait, 19 what?
In the middle.
Okay, moreover, his mother made him a little coat, a me'il, a robe, and brought it to him from year to year. when she came up with her husband to offer the yearly sacrifice. When I looked up the word for yearly, you know what the word yearly means? It says yamim. Yamim means the daily sacrifice, which means it was a daily sacrifice that Elkanah sent up before God. What is the daily sacrifice? The daily sacrifice is the offering that goes up at daybreak. So at daybreak, he will bring up his offering before God daily, every day. That's how important it was to set up that offering. That's how important it is to get up at 5:30 and 6 in the morning and set up your prayers. Because these are the things that the righteous and the ones that had gained favor in the eyes of God did. So in order to gain favor in the eyes of God, we have to follow this format. We got to follow the same procedure. We got to follow the format that our forefathers had set. They set the standards. It's very important to get up and set up your offering before God, because that's what these people did. And they know how to gain the attention of God. They know how. Let's read it.
And Eli blessed Elkanah and his wife and said, the Lord give thee seed of this woman for the loan which is lent to the Lord. And they went unto their own home. And the Lord visited Hannah so that she conceived, and bare 3 sons and 2 daughters, and the child Samuel grew before the Lord.
Yeah, I just remember something. Israelites shouldn't wear Balenciaga. It means Baal.
It's Lord.
Is what?
It's king.
It's king. Yeah. It means Baal is king. So when you can't just jump into every fashion.
Look what God said.
Can't
Foreign apparel.
Foreign apparel.
And niggas go crazy over foreign.
Or foreign apparel.
All that
Balenciaga, that's
Gucci,
right.
Louis, all
That's
that.
right.
Keep it
Leave all that stuff alone.
Yeah.
Let's read it.
Now Eli was very old and heard all that his sons did unto all Israel.
Eli, where was you at?
Verse 22.
Okay. All right. I'm going back to 20. It said, Eli blessed Elkanah, say where you at, his wife, and said, the Lord God give thee seed of this woman of the loan. The word for loan is she'elah. She'elah means a request of what she asked of God. Her request, which is lent to the Lord. And they went unto their own home. Verse 21, time sheet.
And the Lord visited Hannah.
And the Lord visited Hannah. And God remembered Hannah. He remembered that oath. Go ahead.
So that she conceived and bare 3 sons.
So that she conceived and bare what?
3 sons.
3 sons.
And 2 daughters.
And 2 daughters.
And the child Samuel grew before the Lord.
Time sheet.
Now Eli was very old, and heard all that his sons did unto all Israel, and how they lay with the woman that assembled at the door of the tabernacle of the congregation.
These guys did things that was contrary to God. When the woman used to come to bring up their offerings, they would snatch the woman, take them towards a certain section, and sleep with them, cohabitate and have sex with them. Now, what constitutes marriage? Sex. Once you have sex with a woman, once you penetrate a woman, God say you're married. God say you're married. Today now we got to get paperwork. We got to go to the government. It said, do you take this lawfully wedded man to be this way husband? He said, I do. Bow, boom. Here you go. Papers. Here you go. Be on your way. Next. You take this man to be your husband. You take the hammer. Bow, boom. Yep. Here you go. Papers. Next. Of course. Of course. If I have a wife, the next thing to do is to set her up in life. Set her up in life so that, God forbid, when something happened to me, my wife is set. That was the mentality of our forefathers. You should always be preparing for death because you're not going to be here forever. So I got to have certain things in inheritance to pass down to my wife and my children to make life easier for them so that they don't have to go through what I go through. Go ahead, read. What verse you at?
Verse 23.
Let's read
He
it.
said unto them, why do ye such things?
He said, why you do such things? That's Eli talking to his sons. Go ahead.
For I hear of your evil dealings by all this people.
Uh-huh.
Nay, my sons, for it is no good report that I hear.
I hear of all this evil. I hear of these evil dealings that you did, that you're doing. He said, this is what I'm hearing. The report I'm hearing is not good.
Right.
Go ahead, read.
Ye make the Lord's people to transgress.
You make God's people to transgress.
Verse 25.
Uh-huh.
If one man sin against another, the judge shall judge him.
If one man sin against another, then you can be judged. Tom Sheet.
But if a man sin against the Lord, who shall entreat for him?
He said, but if you sin against God, who's going to entreat for him? Uh-huh. Tom Sheet.
Notwithstanding, they hearken not unto the voice of their father, because the Lord would slay them.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. There's another key. So when you're in the path or in the way of righteousness, there's certain things that you will do. Right? Because God had intentions, because the Most High, the word for wood, the Most High would slay them is kapats. Kapats means what? To delight in, to have pleasure in. Because God had delight in killing you, therefore, because God had them already in mind to take your life, he's not going to cause you to hearken. That's why you won't listen. That's why when a person talk to you and expounding you and trying to show you the right and the perfected way to serve God and to show you that the way that you're doing and the way that you're moving is not right because you're pulling yourself away from God, and you keep showing them about laws and commandments that you're violating, and you keep showing them this and showing them that.
Not good.
And they remain stubborn because God already have in mind to take that person out. God already have in mind to kill him. It's already on the list. Tom Sheet.
And the child Samuel grew on and was in favor both with the Lord and also with men.
Uh-huh.
And there came a man of God unto Eli and said unto him, Thus saith the Lord, did I plainly appear unto the house of thy father when they were in Egypt in Pharaoh's house?
Uh-huh.
And did I choose him out of all the tribes of Israel to be my priest?
Who did God choose? Lewi. Choose that tribe, Lewi. Uh-huh.
And I did choose him out of all the tribes of Israel to be my priest, to offer upon mine altar,
To offer upon
to
my
burn
altar,
incense,
to burn incense,
to wear an
to
ephod.
wear an
before me.
ephod. Uh-huh.
And did I give unto the house of thy father all the offerings made by fire of the children of Israel?
Uh-huh.
Wherefore ye kick at my sacrifice?
Uh-oh. He said, wherefore kick ye at my sacrifices? He said, why do you kick at my sacrifices? The word for kick, it means ba'at, bait, ayin, tet. It means to neglect. It means to contemn. Why do you neglect? Why do you disregard the offerings of God? Huh? Why do you contemn the offerings of God? It means the feeling that a person is beneath consideration. You are not considering the things that need to be done to please God. Huh? Tom Sheet.
Which I have commanded in my habitation,
Uh-huh.
and honors thy sons above me.
He
To
said,
make it-
he said, wait a minute. Wait a minute.
Uh-oh.
He said, and you,
Literally.
Eli, you honor your sons above God. Oh my goodness. Do we know people do that today?
That's right.
People will allow their children to do things that is contrary and against God and say, I want him or her. I said, I want him or her to have their own choice.
Setting them up.
Oh, well, she don't want to do that. I don't care what she don't want to do.
Setting them up for the kill.
You setting them up for the kill. Once you in this house, you are binded by the rule. You are binded by principles. You are binded by the standards that God set in this book. You don't want to live according to these standards and principles that God set, then there's the door. Because God gave every man a choice. You have a choice. But you can't tell me you want the child to have their own choice.
Nah.
That's that American mentality.
Yeah.
That's that heathenistic mentality.
Yeah.
God said, don't conquer the child.
Yeah.
You know what conquer means? You know what conquer means? Conquer means don't pamper them.
Pamper.
That's a form of
Let them
pampering.
have their way.
You allowing them to have their way.
That's right.
That's why when you say, John, the John said, what, Mom?
Because he's being bothered.
Being bothered.
That's why when you say,
Come on, man.
John,
Don't play that.
John say, what?
Listen.
There was a man named Reggie. I said there was a man named Reggie, and his mother's name was Ruth. And every time she called him,
You hear that nigga from here. Nigga
he
be
said,
like,
why? I said, damn. That's the first time I said, damn. I said, that's how you answer your mom?
yeah, man.
He said, yeah, she get on my nerves. What, Ma? What?
What do you want now?
What do you want now, Ma? Then she go, Reggie, I need you to take the garbage out, Reggie. Well, Ma, I'll take it out later, Ma. I'll play the game. And he's going back inside and play the
That's a
game.
fact.
And take that garbage out when he feel like it.
That's a fact. A curse of God. That nigga's a walking curse.
That's the mentality of the people today.
Today, that's right.
That's everywhere.
Yeah.
But because of your raising and how you upbring and raise your child don't have to be that way.
That's right.
My child don't have to be that way. It all goes according to the upbringing of the child, man. Let's read it.
To make yourselves fat with the cheapest of all the offerings of Israel, my people. Verse 30.
Verse 30.
Wherefore the Lord God of Israel said, I said indeed that thy house, and the house of thy father, should walk before me forever.
Forever.
But now, saith the Lord, be it far from me.
Be it far from me. He said, man, I done told y'all that I want you, this specific tribe, to walk before me forever.
Yeah.
Okay? Lewi had Gershon, Kohath, and Merari. Kohathites, Gershonites, Merarites. Each one of those men had different jobs. The priesthood and the offerings and the burning incense was Kohath. The Gershonites, some of them, I don't remember what his was, but the utensils and the curtain rods and the Kohathites and the other one dealt with the tabernacle, and they all had different jobs. The Gershonites can't jump into the Kohathites. The Kohathites didn't jump into Merarites. Like I was talking to a sister today. Oh my goodness. And I don't know if I have it here. No, I don't. But I need to pull that up. You know why I need to pull it up? Because we need to learn this. Okay? We need to learn this and understand this. Why I say Kohathites don't jump into the role of the Gershonites. Gershonites don't jump into the role of the Merarites. We have a masculine role and a feminine role. Okay? Understand that. Now, the masculine role is what? Huh? What are the masculine role? The masculine role supports. He's the strength in the house. Right? He supports. Damn, I forgot where I had it at, man. It's a bunch of things, right? Provide. He supports. He's the strength. He's the teacher. Okay? And the feminine role, the feminine woman have a feminine role. Right? The problem is when the woman want to jump into the masculine role.
So it's a disruptor.
And when the men want to jump in the feminine role,
You're disrupting it.
don't come out of your role. We all got roles. I have a role that I need to uplift.
Everybody has.
My wife got a role that she needs to uplift. Everybody got a role. The woman's role, she's the backbone of the family. Yeah, she's the backbone. Guess what? Guess what? The family, most of the time, don't stand if the backbone breaks.
House divided.
It's going to be a house divided. So don't look at the woman like she's not important. The wife play a very important role in this marriage thing. In help keeping the house. It ain't all men. It ain't all me. I gotta go out and provide. Who you think gonna keep this in order? Who you think gonna hold this down? Who you think gonna make sure that the father rule is accomplished?
Correct.
Oh, you can't do that. You know how many times? You know what your father said, boy. Don't come to me and tell me and try to ask me, pop. Your father said ... What are you trying to do? You trying to get me in trouble with your father?
Right.
Huh? You trying to, huh?
Do your
You know how many
first
times my mom's told me that?
Can't play us.
Huh?
Right.
Feminine role. She provides. She cares. She supports. She nurtures. Huh? So we all got a role, man. We got a role that we need to uplift. Tom Sheep.
But now the Lord has said, be it far from me, but them that honor me, I will honor. And they that despise me shall be lightly esteemed.
Oh my goodness. Read that over. Read that over. That's
But
a
now-
key right there.
But
He
now,
said, be it far from me.
for them that honor me,
For them that honor me.
I will honor.
If you honor God, I said, God will honor you. You know what that is? For God to have honor for you. But in order for God to have honor for you, you got to honor God. Okay? Them that honor me, I will honor.
And they that despise me
If you despise God, if you hate God, if you show any type of hatred for God,
shall be lightly
shall
esteemed.
be lightly esteemed.
Uh-oh.
You know what lightly esteemed means? Something that is not valued or highly regarded.
Doesn't matter.
Huh? You don't matter. You're not regarded in the eyes of God. I don't consider you. You're not regarded. My eyes, my attention is not towards you. My back is turned against you. Huh? Tom Sheep.
Behold, the days come that I will cut off thine arm.
The days come that I will cut off your arm. Not literally. This was a metaphor.
Right.
You know what the arm means when God said He's gonna cut his arm off? Your descendants, your children.
Right.
What Eli did was held in high regards with God, man. You violated. You allow your sons to violate the offerings of God. So because you allowed that, He said, now I'm going to cut off your posterity. He said, I'm going to cut off your arm. Tom Sheep.
Behold, the days come that I will cut off thine arm and the arm of thy father's house, that there shall not be an old man in thine house. Thou shalt see an enemy in my habitation, in all the wealth which God shall give Israel. And there shall not be an old man in thine house forever. And the man of thine, whom I shall not cut off from mine altar, shall be to consume thine eyes, and to grieve thine heart. And all the increase of thine house shall die in the flower of their age.
They're going to die young.
Everybody's
They're going to die young. Tom Sheep. What verse you at?
Verse 34. And this shall be a sign unto thee, that shall come upon thy two sons, on Hophni and Phinehas, in one day.
Now look, God wouldn't have done this to them if He would have restrained them. Which means there are certain things that talking cannot be done. I cannot just talk.
That's right.
When certain things is being done, I need to restrain them forcefully. I need to put hands on you because your violation done escalated. See, there are certain elevations. There are certain elevations and certain levels in wickedness. And yes, there are certain levels in righteousness. And when you violate certain levels in wickedness, talking is out the window.
That's right.
And all Eli did was talk. Well, I ain't gotta beat them. I gotta know you better beat them. I ain't gotta beat them. Listen, man. Certain things, when children do certain things, requires a butt whooping.
That's right. That's right.
Yeah.
That's right.
Because if my child is 2-3 years old and then she walk up to someone else and spit on them, I ain't gonna say, no, Mary Lou, don't do that, Mary Lou. Don't spit. Don't spit, Mary Lou. What do you mean? Smack Mary Lou in her mouth.
Mary Lou's spitting on her too.
Tell Mary Lou, and Mary Lou, I told you not to spit. And I spoke to you already.
Right.
So now come in, Mary Lou. Come
That's
on,
right.
Mary Lou. Come on over here.
That's
Mary Lou come over all innocent. Oh, yes. She ain't gonna fight. She come, she go, pop. Don't spit, you understand? She gonna throw back. Then you give her another pop. The other pop gonna sting her. Bow! Shut up! Shut up! Go sit down. Sit down.
That's right.
I bet she won't spit again.
That's right.
Spitting is something else.
Mm-hmm.
Spitting is something.
Mm-hmm.
Look,
You want to
two
say
things.
something about it?
Don't smack me and don't spit on me.
Mhm.
I'd rather you punch me.
Mhm.
Don't spit in my face and don't smack me. Spit. God said, if her father had but spit on her face, shall she be unclean 7 days?
That's right.
Huh? Shall she be unclean 7 days? The camp didn't move without Miriam. I never read where that woman got married. That was a high-powered woman. It said God said he led the children of Israel by Aaron, Moses, and Miriam. High powers, man. High powers. When Miriam picked up that timbrel, let's believe all the women picked up that timbrel.
Yeah.
Picked it up right after. When she did that, God made her leprous. You know how God made her leprous? God ain't doing nothing to Aaron because he had the holy garments on. So he can't get unclean in those holy garments. Look, God don't want to hear that you had a nocturnal emission in those holy garments. Nocturnal emission?
Right.
You sleeping and you done ejaculated in your sleep and let that seed of copulation touch those holy garments? Somebody gonna die. Fire from God gonna come down and consume you. So guess who kept them from having that? God did. God did. Let's read.
And this shall be a sign unto thee that shall come upon thy 2 sons, on Hophni and Phinehas. In one day they shall die, both of them. I will raise me up a faithful priest.
A faithful priest.
That shall do according to that which is in my heart and in my mind.
Well, you hear I said the book states the definition of words. So what is faithful? Say that again. What denotes faithfulness?
Thou shalt do according
when you do according
to that which
to
is
what is in the heart of God.
and in my
When you do according to the mindset of God. When you start fulfilling these laws, commandments, and statutes of God, it denotes faithfulness.
That's right.
It denotes faithfulness. Tom Sheep.
And I will build him a sure
A
house.
sure house.
And he shall walk before mine anointed forever.
Uh-huh.
And it shall come to pass that everyone that is left in thine house shall come and crouch to him for a piece of silver and a morsel of bread, and shall say, put me, I pray thee, into one of the priest's offices, that I may eat a piece
Go
of
to the
bread.
next chapter. Tom Sheep.
And the child Samuel ministered unto the Lord before Eli.
And the child ministered unto God before Eli. The children today, their mindset was completely different than the children today. The children in this book was completely different than the children today. Completely different, opposite. These children were born with the fear of God instilled in them. We got to learn how to fear God. I wasn't born with the fear of God in me. I got to develop the fear of God. We got to develop that. Constant dedication,
Right.
constant taking heed, constant fulfilling the laws and the commandments of God without sinning presumptuously.
Right.
That's it all.
Without, look, say, man, let's go. Let's read
Still
it.
on my
And the
head.
child Samuel ministered unto the Lord before Eli, and the word of the Lord was precious in those days.
The word of God was precious in those days. Just like, look, just like now. You don't hear the word of God.
It's extinct.
It's extinct. You don't hear it no more.
Yeah.
Huh? God ain't coming to nobody and talking to them in visions and dreams. Because we are too far away from God. We too filthy.
That's right.
We too filthy. Let's read it.
Right.
There was no open vision. Verse 2. And it came to pass at that time when Eli was laid down in his place.
So Eli's laying down. Eli relaxing with his leg kicked up, relaxing in the temple.
And his eyes began to wax dim.
His eyes began to wax dim, which means he's getting old. And he's starting to go blind. Can't see.
That he could not see.
That he could not see. He went blind. Let's read it.
And the lamp of God went out.
Now, we got to watch what we say. Okay? Not every time when things happen in your life, you're evil. Sometimes certain things happen in your life to prove you. Oh, you see, you must be wrong with God. You must be going through that because you're evil. Man, shut up. You don't know God.
Facts.
You don't know the ways of God.
Facts.
Huh?
You fell on your text.
You don't know the ways of God. Go ahead, read.
8. Where the ark of God was, and Samuel was laid down to sleep.
The ark of God. The only way to get holy water is to have the ark. Because whatsoever touch the ark becomes holy. Am I right? That's the only way to get holy water. So when you go into these churches and then you take your child up to get baptized, one preacher take the child by the legs, took the child upside down and dipped them violently. Next thing, he did it so violently, the child bumped his head in the bottom. The child cried. The mother looked at him, grabbed the child, stopped. Hey, what's wrong with you, man? The nigga like he went into a spell. Like he couldn't stop dumping the water. like something possessed him.
That's the original.
Next thing, after he did that a couple of times from the child leg, he done flipped the child. The child did a 360. Hold the child by the head. One guy dropped the baby. Baptized. You know the first baptism was fire?
That's right.
Before they used water, they used fire.
Pass their kids through the fire.
Before they used water, they used fire. That's why you had our people following after the ways and the customs of the heathens, taking their children and offering them up and giving them up to the fire god, which was a deity with a deity with like a cauldron in the middle. So they'll take their live kid, they'll take their child that they just had and throw them in the fire and burn them up alive to show their dedication to an idol god.
Their devotion.
Their devotion. Tom Sheep.
That the Lord called Samuel and he answered, "Here am I."
God called Samuel. I said, God called Samuel. Now, what that tell you now? The voice of God sounds like a regular person. Sounds like a regular man. He didn't call Samuel like this, Samuel, to scare the living wits out of him. Next thing when he says, Samuel won't jump.
Everything's peaceful.
He gonna jump out. He gonna jump. He gonna scare him. He's like, what in the world? No, that's not what it is. He said the last thing you heard, he said the God wasn't in this. He wasn't in the fire. Next thing, you heard a still small voice. A still small voice. My father said he was in courts. He was in court.
Yeah.
My father was in court.
Yeah.
I said my father was in court. Right downtown. Not criminal court. Supreme Court. My father was in Supreme Court with his beloved wife, sitting down in court, because he's about to go and do a 99 to life sentence. I said 99 to life sentence. But he trusted in God.
That's right.
So he's sitting in court. He's crying. My mother crying.
He started crying.
But there was a certain name. I said there was a certain name that an old man named Melech Dawi.
That's right.
This man called Melech Dawi, he didn't have a house. He didn't live nowhere. He wore a garment, kept his head covering on. It could be 100-degree weather. The man had on a trench coat. And what he drank all day, every day was wine. Wine. So one day, my father's in the house talking to this older man. And he's telling him the different names of God to use when you're in trouble, when you need this, when you need that. That's why you don't make use of these names so commonly.
Talk about it, drama.
That's why you don't make use of these names so commonly. Yeah. So you use only these names with different vowels during certain circumstances.
Not everyday prayers.
Not every day. So my father was in deep trouble, looking at 99 years to life. He had his wife next to him. He's crying, but he remembered the name that Melech Dawi told him to use. He said the name once. I ain't gonna say it. He said the name twice. The third time when he said the name, he said a still small voice came to his ear and said, when the judge take his eyes off of you, get up and leave. Right. So he said, in his mind, he said, oh, shh. He heard it. Wipe his tears. He look around. Nobody beside him. The bailiff is at the door with the cop. The judge beaming him with his eyes down, ready to jam him. Next thing, the judge got sleepy.
That's right.
The judge looked. He said the judge started batting the eyes. Went to sleep. I said my mother was there to experience this.
That's
right.
right.
Why he allowed my mother to experience this? To strike some type of belief in her. I wish I was there.
Baruch Elohim.
Right?
Baruch Shema.
So now, the judge sat there looking at him. Listen, the same thing that whispered in his ear, when God whispered in his ear and told him that, the judge did it.
Yeah.
She got sleepy, went down. The bailiff went to sleep. Everybody, the lawyers, even the people that were sitting in court, everybody sleep except for my mother and my father. My father looked, he said, yo, come on. My mother didn't hear that. I said, my mother didn't hear that voice. He got up. My mother's like, no, why are we getting up? He said, they're looking at me. He said, don't worry about it. He said, grab my arm like we just got married. He walked real slow. And he walked out of the courtroom. Nobody stopped him.
Yeah.
God put everybody in the courtroom to sleep. So when he went out,
everybody up.
He's about to go to the elevator to leave. So my father told my mother, he said, listen, go back inside. I need you to tell me what happened when you went inside. You know what my mother said? When she went back inside, the judge still asleep.
Everybody still
The bailiff sleep. The people sitting in court still sleep. When she sat down, that's when everybody woke up.
But
the judge woke up. He looked. He said, where's the man that was sitting right there? Huh? Baffled.
He must say he went to the bathroom.
Huh? My mother said she went to the bathroom. The bailiff at the door, he said, no, judge, he ain't go to the bathroom. He ain't pass here.
He laughed.
Know what they did? They start looking on the benches.
Dumbfounded.
Yes, he is holy. So now you gonna tell me my God ain't God? Yeah. That happened, man, in real life. Jesus ain't do that.
No.
Oh.
Ain't no nigga named Jesus could do that.
No.
Ain't no nigga named Baal or Allah. None of them niggas do that.
Scrap still running for his life. They still.
Jesus still running. Look, hey, Jesus still running across Bethlehem.
Yeah. He's
They
still
still
running.
chasing him.
Still chasing.
What you talking about? My God is God, man.
Yeah.
My
My
God
God,
is
yeah.
God, man. Eliel.
Yeah.
And that was real life, man.
Yeah, that's real life.
When he told me that, look, another instance that I seen with my own eyes. Me and my uncle locked up in jail. So my uncle is leaving to go see the judge. So when they take you to go see the judge, the officer, he take you to go see the judge. But this officer got baffled. You know what he told my uncle? He looked at him. This is my uncle's face. He said, I am not taking you to see the judge. He said, you see that door right there? I want you to leave out that door.
That's a wanted man.
And he's wanted.
Yeah.
But my uncle looked at me and said, but wait, I don't got no money. He said, hey, he ain't trying to hear it. He grabbed his arm and took him to the door.
And said, leave.
He said, leave.
You ain't man taking you.
Guess
to the
what?
judge.
Man, listen.
Yeah.
Man, listen.
Yeah.
Ain't no other God but this God.
That's right.
There's no other way to live your life but this way.
That's right. Shemo.
No other, man.
Yeah.
We need to stop playing with God,
That's
man.
right. That's
I
right.
need to stop playing with God. We need to stop playing with God and
That's
start
right.
taking this serious.
That's right.
Start taking this way of life serious,
Like
man.
you do everything
right.
else.
Tom C.
And he ran unto Eli and said, Here am I, but thou callest me. And he said, I called not.
So
Lie
now
down again.
God called on. God called him. He went to Eli. Eli said, Samuel said, man, you called me? Eli said, no, I ain't call you. He said, I didn't call you. He said, go back and lay down, man. Tom C.
And he went and lay down again. And the Lord called yet again Samuel. And Samuel arose and went to Eli and said, Here am I, but thou didst call me. And he answered, I called not, my son. Lie down again. Now Samuel did not yet know the Lord.
See, Samuel ain't know God at this. He's a child. He don't know when to discern when God is calling him and God ain't calling. He don't know that yet. He's still a baby, man. He's still a child. Tom C.
Neither was the word of the Lord yet revealed unto him.
Uh-huh.
And the Lord called Samuel again the third time, and he arose and went to Eli and said, Here am I, but thou didst call me.
Uh-huh.
And Eli perceived that the Lord had called the child.
By that alone, Eli perceived him like, yo,
He
man.
knows that.
He said, this is God calling this child. I ain't calling him. We the only ones here. He said, man, the only one that could be calling this child is God. You know what that is? For God to be calling your name? Huh? Go ahead, read.
Therefore Eli said unto Samuel, Go, lie down, and it shall be, if he call thee,
If he called you,
that thou shalt say,
this is what you're going to say.
Speak, Lord,
Speak,
for
Lord,
thy servant
for thy
heareth.
servant here.
So Samuel went and lay down in his place. The Lord came and stood and called as at other times, Samuel, Samuel. Then Samuel answered, Speak, for thy servant heareth.
Speak for thy servant. Which means what? There's a certain way to answer and address God. You go in these camps and these people be making up these prayers and they want to say, you, God. No, you don't address God as you. You say, thou, O Lord. Thou, O Lord, God of my fathers. The words that we use to talk to God have to be correlated with the words that our forefathers used. We can't address God with certain words.
That's a fact.
We can't address God with certain words. Let's read it.
The Lord said to Samuel, Behold, I will do a thing in Israel.
Uh-oh, he's letting them know now.
At
that
which
both
the ears of everyone that heareth it shall tingle.
When this happened, people will go, oh man. When the ears tingle, you don't want to hear it. Oh my God. You know what that was? When the ark of God got taken. At that point in time, after the war, the ark of God got taken. because of what Hophni and Phinehas did, Israel was defeated. It was because of them why the nation lost against the Philistines. Go ahead, read.
In that day I will perform against Eli all things which I have spoken concerning his house. When I begin, I will also make an end. For I have told him that I will judge his house forever for the iniquity which he knoweth, because his sons made themselves vile, and he restrained
His
them
sons
not.
made themselves vile.
Uh-oh.
What is vile? The word for vile is qualal. Qualal means lightly esteemed. Something that is not valued or highly regarded. You done made yourself worthless. You made yourself not valued by the things that you did. The things that you did in life that was against God made you of no value in the eyes of God. And you can make yourself valuable in the eyes of God by the things that you do.
That's right. Talk it, drama.
By the things that you do. So how I live my life will determine whether I have some type of worth with God or not.
Say it again.
How I live my life will determine whether I have any type of value with God or not.
Negro. Yeah.
Because we got to value the things that God values.
That's right.
Right.
Not what you value.
Not what you value. Yeah. Tom Sheik.
Monkey.
And therefore I have sworn unto the house of Eli that the iniquities of Eli's house shall not be purged with sacrifice nor offering forever.
You hear that?
Door closed.
The things that these two children, young men did, cannot be atoned for. There is certain things that we do in life that we can't make atonement for.
Yeah.
God said he won't accept no offering. Read that over. He's not going to accept no offering or what?
He shall not be purged with sacrifice
What they did, it won't be atoned by sacrifice
nor offering.
nor offering.
Forever.
Which means this is something that was
Right.
held over their heads forever.
Forever. Say it again, drama.
Forever.
Say it
You
again.
can't fast and pray to relinquish it.
Yeah.
You can't fast and you can't do nothing.
Games you want to play?
Let's cut that and let's go to Proverbs chapter 4.
It's games you want to play? You better, what you said, Nick? You better watch it.
Let's go to Proverbs chapter 4.
Yeah, you better watch it.
Proverbs chapter 4. Hear ye children the instruction of a father,
Time
and
out.
attend.
Hold up. Let me find it. I got it. Proverbs chapter 4. Let's give the people some time to find it. Got it? Okay. Time sheet. Proverbs chapter 4.
Hear ye children the instruction of a father,
Hear ye children, the instructions of a father. Huh? The word for father, it says Ab. Ab means a father. The instructions of a master. The instructions of a teacher. The instructions of an ancestor. Huh? That's what Ab means. Because a teacher going to instruct his students. Huh? Ancestors will instruct their students. Masters will instruct their students. Right? Go ahead. Now, what is instruction? Instructions is, it says musad. Chastisement, reprimand, reproof. Also means instructions. And attend to no understanding. When you attend to no understanding, it means to be attentive. Be attentive to departing. What is understanding? To depart from evil.
Yeah.
Understanding is to depart from evil, right? Okay? To listen. Attend means to listen or give care or attention to. Attentive means to be mindful of. So we got to be mindful. Okay, let's go ahead, read.
For I give you good doctrine.
Well, I'll give you good doctrine. What is good doctrine? Good doctrine is good teachings, good instructions. Read.
Forsake you not my law.
Don't forsake my law.
For I was my father's son,
Uh-huh.
tender and only beloved in the sight of my mother.
Now, like I said, understanding is to depart from evil. Am I right? So We got to be able to discern when we are being turned away from serving God by our own thoughts, being formulated in our own mind, to be able to turn away from it. To be able to turn away from something, I got to be able to pinpoint it. I got to be able to pinpoint it. Go ahead, read.
He taught me also and said unto me, let thine heart retain my words.
He said, let your heart retain my words. Let your mind absorb my words. He said, hold on to it. Don't forget it. What word? Read. What verse?
The end of 4.
Go ahead.
Keep my commandments and live.
Keep my commandments and live. Read.
Verse 5. Get wisdom.
Keep my commandments and live.
Well, that's how you live?
But we alive
That's a
now.
command.
I said, we are alive now.
Mhm.
That's not a metaphor.
No, it's not.
Let's go read.
Get wisdom.
He said, get wisdom. What is wisdom? Wisdom is the performance of the laws of God. That's wisdom.
You need a little bit of wisdom.
Mhm.
Oh,
Get understanding.
Get understanding. Tom Sheep.
Forget it not.
Don't
Neither-
forget it.
Neither decline from the words of my mouth. Forsake her not,
Forsake her not,
and she shall preserve thee.
and she shall preserve thee. If you don't,
If you don't forsake her.
if you forsake wisdom, she's not going to preserve you.
right.
All right. What is wisdom? The keeping of the laws of God.
Uh-huh.
So when I don't keep the laws of God, I won't be preserved.
Uh-huh.
Means the Hebrew word is shamad, means to be guarded,
Uh-oh.
means to form of protection and control. A form of protection and control. So if I follow after the laws of God, God will, because I'm following after the laws of God, I will be protected.
Uh-huh.
And when you're controlled, God guides your foot. Yeah. God guides you. Yeah. And leads you in that right, correct way. Hmm. Go ahead, read.
And forsake her not, and she shall preserve thee.
Uh-huh.
Love her, and she shall keep thee.
Love, That's
Wisdom
right.
is the principal thing.
Wisdom is the principal thing. Wisdom is the beginning. Wisdom is the beginning. Read.
Therefore, get wisdom.
Therefore, get wisdom.
And with all thy getting,
And with all our getting,
get understanding.
get understanding. Tom Sheep.
Exalt her, and she shall promote thee.
Uh-huh.
She shall bring thee to honor when
Uh-huh.
thou doest embrace her.
Uh-huh.
She shall give to thine head an ornament of grace,
Uh-huh.
a crown of glory
Uh-huh.
shall she deliver to thee.
Uh-huh.
Hear, O my son,
Hear,
and
O my
receive my
son.
sayings.
And receive my saying. Accept what I say. Accept my sayings. Go ahead, read.
And the years of thy life shall be many.
Which means if you're hearken, it will increase. It will add life to you. But when we don't hearken, we diminish ourselves. We shorten our lives. Go ahead, read.
I have taught thee in the way of wisdom. I have led thee in right paths. When thou goest, thy steps shall not be straight.
He said, I have taught thee in the way of wisdom, and led thee in the right path. When thou goest, thy steps shall not be straightened. The word for straighten is yetzad, yod zadeh resh. It means to be narrow. To be narrow means what? To become limited or restricted.
Those things.
So he said, when thou goest, thy steps shall not be limited or restricted, which means it's not going to be a limit
Right.
to your righteousness.
Right.
Okay, you're gonna surpass the
Keep going.
limitations. You're not going to be restricted. You're not going to be held to one level.
Right. You're not going to be average.
Tom Sheep. Now your steps is your course or path that you take in life. Your steps means your course or the path that you take, because you got your own choice. We have our own choice, and we choose our own paths.
That's right.
Go ahead, read.
That's right.
And when thou runnest, thou shalt not stumble.
When thou runnest, when we say you're runners, it means talking about your journey, your route that you take in life. He said you're not going to stumble. You're not going to waver. You're not going to fluctuate. You're not going to be in and out with God.
That's right.
You're going to hold, Tom Sheep.
Take fast hold of instruction. Let her not go.
Take
Keep her.
fast Take fast.
Take
Hold-
fast hold of
Take
instruction.
fast hold of instructions. Let her not go. The word for that is kenef. Means don't be weakened. Take fast of instructions and don't be weakened. Don't be weak. Tamshi.
Let her not go.
Keep her.
Keep
For
her.
she is thy
For
life.
she is thy life.
Tamshi.
Enter not into the path of the wicked, and go not in the way of evil men.
Okay. Enter not into the path of the wicked. Tabor also means to go, means to follow a certain course or procedure. Enter not in the path of the wicked, in the behavior, in the mannerism, in the custom of the wicked. Okay. So what is mannerism? What does mannerism mean? He said, do not enter into the mannerism, custom, or behavior of the wicked. Okay, so the mannerism of the wicked is what? It's your way of behavior, or the way you act, the way of doing things, or the way you are. That's what describes your manner. Okay? The custom of people is your cultural idea. The custom of people has become your cultural ideas. Okay? That describes a regular pattern of behavior that is considered characteristics of life. You know what the custom is? I'm gonna give you an example. When you meet someone, you shake his hand. That's a custom. That's why my father says certain things. He said, I don't do nothing like these people. I don't do nothing like the people that I live around.
Mm-hmm.
Because I don't want God to look at me as following after these people customs. So nothing they did, he did. He did everything different and opposite to what people did.
That's right.
So he can cause an impression in the heavens with God.
That's right.
All right? So now we're going to talk about behavior. Human behavior is considered what an individual responds to. Human behavior is considered what a person responds to, internal or external stimuli. Okay? Your behavior is driven by genetics and environmental factors. You know what's the environmental factors? Your surroundings. The product of your environment, right? That affects a person. Yes, it does affect a person. And you got to be strong as hell not to let your environment affect you.
That's right.
Okay? Know what the example of that? When God killed Jeroboam, Jeroboam's son. So he don't get polluted by his father. Jeroboam's son had good in him. What was the good that God saw in Jeroboam's son? The will and the dedication to serve God. But what Jeroboam's son had in him, his father didn't have in him. And he already knew, God knew that if I allow this little baby to live, his father gonna pollute him. So God killed him. He took his life. I don't think there's a God, but why do God kill babies? Take that person and throw him off the roof for talking such things. You need to jump off the roof and kill yourself. It's a reason. God knows why he killed babies. He killed that baby so that he don't get polluted. I wish I died as a baby. I wish God took me out 1 year old, or when I came out of my mother's womb. You know why? Because I would have died innocent.
Pure.
I would have died pure.
Sinless.
I would have died without sin, without iniquities, not living amongst these bastardized people that don't give a hoops about God, that don't care about God. So now we're going to jump back to behavior. Your behavior is also driven by your thoughts. Your behavior is also driven by how you think. How you think and feelings, revealing your attitude and values. Human behavior is shaped by the way you think and your characteristics by situations. Okay? Internal stimuli deals with feelings that stir it up inside of you. External is the outer. Tamshi.
Avoid it. Pass not by it. Turn from it. and
Okay,
pass
avoid
away.
it. The word for avoid, it says para. It means to refuse. Refuse it. Reject it. Huh? It also means to act as a leader. Huh? And pass not by it. It also, pass not by it is abad, means transgress not. There's a certain standard that leaders and teachers and officers need to uphold. Okay, Tamshi.
But they sleep not except they have
So
done
you
mischief.
lead or act as a leader by rejecting sin, by rejecting transgression, by rejecting the things that God rejects. So you can't side with evil. Go ahead, read.
For they sleep not except they have done mischief.
Uh-huh.
And their sleep is taken away unless they cause some to fall.
Uh-huh.
For they
Unless,
eat.
what verse is that?
That was 16.
Unless they cause some to fall. The word for fall is kashal. Unless they cause some to stumble.
Oh.
Huh? Unless they cause some to stumble. Stumble meaning what? When you cause someone to stumble, you done drew that person into error or sin. You done sucked them into the way of sins and iniquities. Time sheet.
For they eat the bread of wickedness and drink the wine of violence.
Mm-hmm.
But the path of the just is as the shining light that shineth more and more unto the perfect day.
Uh-huh.
The way of the wicked is as darkness. They know not at what they stumble.
Uh-oh.
The way of the wicked is darkness.
Uh-oh.
Huh? It's a dark path.
Cloud your path.
You're not going to find your way
Yeah.
back to God. You can't find your way back to God because of your ways. Your ways stinks. So you can't find your way back to God.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
They know not at what they stumble.
Oh my
They
goodness.
don't even know. It's-
They don't even know they violate.
They know what you
Don't you remember? Don't you understand that? The way of the wicked is led into the path of darkness. They not going to, and because you're led in the path of darkness, you're not going to even realize when you're violating.
Monkey.
You don't realize something else.
Don't realize something else. Oh, he bugging.
You're not even going to realize
Okay.
when you are violating.
Come on, man.
And when someone sits you down to explain to you how you're violating, you're so emotional in a rage
Can't see it.
that you can't see it.
That's darkness.
Anytime, look, man,
Monkey.
anytime you see yourself in that state, that's not a good state to be in.
But you got to see yourself.
But you got to be able to see it.
Yeah.
You got to be able to see it and understand that. Certain people you can sit down and talk to. Certain people you try to sit down and talk to, it's an argument.
It's an argument.
It's a debate.
And you're
then,
wrong.
And then you have students want to jump into the teacher's face.
And you're wrong.
And you're wrong.
You're wrong, man.
Come
You
on,
got
man.
you got Zoak on your head. Come on, man.
He said the way of the wicked is as darkness. They know not at what they stumble. My son, attend to my words. Incline thine ear unto my sayings. Let them not depart. For thine eyes keep them in the midst of thine heart. For they are life unto those that find them, and health to all their flesh. Keep thy heart with all diligence. The word for diligence is mishmar, come from the word shamar. He said, keep your heart with all diligence. Mishmar means to observe, to guard, to place boundaries. To place boundaries, which means you bind yourself and you place boundaries according to the laws of God, which means there are certain lines that certain people won't cross. There's certain
Say it
lines
again, John.
that the righteous won't cross.
Say it again, John.
Huh? Which means what? To place boundaries and confinements with self. Confinements with oneself.
Man.
You got to build your own confinements. You got to build your own boundaries. You got to set your own lines that you won't cross.
That's right. Set your boundaries.
Set your boundaries, man. Set your He said, keep thy heart with all diligence, for out of it are the issues of life. Something told me to look up issues. So when I look up the word issues in the Hebrew, he said, so now we're going to go through the whole thing. We're going to go through the whole verse. This is a heavy verse, man. He said, keep thy heart, keep your mind with all diligence, which means place boundaries. Set boundaries that you won't cross, right? For out of setting boundaries, right, are the issues of life. The word for issues is tokzaot. Tokzaot means deliverance. By you setting boundaries, you'll deliver yourself.
We're going that way. That's right.
Deliverance in life. You get results. You get results, and you'll receive results by setting boundaries in your life according to the laws, commandments, and statutes of the living God.
Man.
Yeah,
John.
You ain't doing this for nothing, man.
Yeah.
A lot of people think we do Shabbat and don't do this and don't do that.
and
You
restrain
can't do
ourselves
this, and you
nothing.
strain yourself and you do all this
For
for
nothing.
nothing.
No.
No. I will see the results from doing these
When we
laws.
die.
You will get some type of deliverance
Yeah.
from doing these
That's
laws.
Yeah.
Verse 24.
Put away from thee a forward mouth.
Put away from their forward mouth. Put away from their crooked mouth, a perverted mouth. Tamshi. He said,
Well, out of
which means certain things we shouldn't be talking about.
That's right.
Certain things should not be talking about.
That's right.
Huh? We gotta watch the conversations
That's right.
that we get into. Because the conversations that we are getting into are perverted and crooked conversations.
That's right.
And these conversations is against what God says.
Against God. That's right. Talk
And it
about
has an effect on your spirit.
it. Talk about it.
When you talk these things that is against God, that's what God told us to talk about.
Speak of
He
the
said,
Lord.
speak of the law.
When I walk in this
He
house,
said, when you walk in the house, when you walk by the way, when you lie down, when you rise up,
talk about
because it's going to have an effect on your spirit.
it. Yeah.
Mhm.
Put away from thee a forward mouth, and perverse lips put far from thee.
Put away from their forward mouth and perverse lips. Let zut sipatim. It means evil talk. Evil talk. Slanderous talk. Tamshi.
Let thine eyes look right on, and let thine eyelids look straight before thee.
Uh-huh.
Ponder the path of
Ponder
thy
the path. The word for ponder the path is palas ma'igal. Ponder the path means to prepare your way. Prepare your way. All right, go ahead.
Let thine eyes look right on, thine eyelids look straight before thee. Ponder the path of thy feet, and let all thy ways be established.
Let all your ways be established by God. Tamshi.
Turn not to the right hand nor to the left.
Uh-huh.
Remove thy foot from evil.
Uh-oh. Okay. Hold that right there. We're gonna get up a few one more thing here.
Roll on, John. Roll on. We gotta stop by this all day. Let's get it.
Let's go to Isaiah. Isaiah 1.
Roll on, drummer.
Isaiah chapter 1.
That's the drummer. Before you approach. The drummer.
Read. You got it?
Isaiah chapter 1.
Uh-huh.
The vision of Isaiah, the son of Amos,
The vision of Isaiah, the son of Amos,
which he saw concerning Judah and Jerusalem in the days of Uzziah, Jotham, Ahaz, and Hezekiah, kings of Judah. Hear, O Israel, and give ear, O earth. For the Lord has spoken. I have nourished and brought up children, and they have rebelled against
You
me.
know what that is? You know what that is? To raise a child from a baby. To raise a child from a baby. From the time the child comes from between the mother's legs, and you raise him and you raise him and you upbring them, the next thing when they become a grown child, they tell you to go to hell. A grown sucker. They tell you to go to hell. Or next thing, he step to you and tell you, don't be talking to my mother like that. That's what we did to God. God raised us up and showed us his laws, showed us his ways. showed us his glory, and we turned our back on God and gave his praises to idols and deities and stocks of wood.
Come on,
You know what that is, man? You don't feel that? Huh? Go ahead and read.
The ox knoweth his owner.
Now you're gonna do it. He said, listen, man. He said the ox knows his owner. The ox know who owns him. The ox, the animals know who fed him. When Casey's hungry, she don't come out that bathroom. But when she hungry and my mother go in her room to get the cat food, she come out and go by that door. She know who feed her. She know who feed her. So now, by her knowing who feeds her, it'll be very weird for that cat to bite her. Don't bite me. I'm the one that fed you. That's the example that God is using. He said the ox knoweth his owner.
And the ass is master's crib.
The ass is master's trough.
But Israel doth not know, my people do it not consider.
But Israel don't know. He said, my people don't consider. We don't consider nobody. You know who we consider? Ourselves. We don't consider nobody else.
That's right.
I don't consider that if I say this or I do this, well, how would that affect this person? We don't consider that.
Yeah, Grandma.
If I say this or do the other, will it affect my mother?
Yeah, say it again.
If I say this or do this, will it affect my brother? If I say this or do this, will it affect my sister?
Go somewhere.
I got something with me that I need to stop.
Talk about.
Yeah, me. I need to stop. Because I have a certain sister that I like to play around with, and she don't like me to call her. I ain't going to call her certain names. So it starts with an R. She knows what I'm talking about. I ain't going to say it. But I ain't going to do it no more. I got to stop that because she don't like it. And I got to consider that. I can't say I'm joking. I can't say and tell my sister that I'm joking. She don't like it. All right, sister, I'm sorry. I ain't going to never do that again. And that's how we change and get better with God. We got to recognize and realize our faults. We got to realize and recognize what we do that affect other people. Yeah. Maybe this person laughed today.
Yeah.
But tomorrow, she ain't laughing.
Yeah.
So we got to have feelings for each other, man.
Especially your parents.
You got to have feelings for each other, man.
Talk about.
Tom Sheep.
Sinful nation.
He said, sinful nation. Faulty nation. Huh? Hold up. I have a paper. Let me see. Faulty. What made us faulty before God? What made us faulty before God? Iniquities, sins. That's what made us faulty before God. When we sin, we become faulty. He said, sinful nation. Faulty means faulty. It also means to incur guilt upon. To incur guilt upon. To incur means to subject to through your actions. God will subject you to something or to things in life. He'll cause you to go through certain things according to how you live.
That's right.
According to your actions. God is the one that subjects you to this.
That's right.
Oh, why this always happened to me? But why me? Why me? Look at yourself.
That's right.
Check yourself.
Look at your own way.
You are a victim of your own circumstance.
Your own outcome.
No, that's right. Faulty means what? Blemish. A defect. Shortcomings. Now, a blemish is a what? An imperfection that impairs. When you become impairs, you become weakened and damaged. Damaged goods. Tom Sheep.
Sinful nation.
Sinful nation.
Of people laden with iniquity.
Laden with iniquity. The word laden is kabed. Kabed means to glory. Of people that glory in iniquity. Of people, it also means common consent. What is consent? To be in accordance, in opinion. When you're in consent, you give approval. And it also determines what you agree with.
Mm.
So we got to watch what we agree to. We got to watch what we approve, because the things that we approve and what we agree with, God don't agree with it. The things that we approve, God don't approve with it. So we got to be careful of these things, because you don't want God to look at you the same as them.
Mm-hmm.
I don't want God to look at me as the same as the people on the outside. Come see?
A seed of evildoers.
A seed of evildoers.
Children that are corrupters.
Seed from evil. Children that are corrupters.
They have forsaken the Lord.
They have forsaken the Lord. Now, right? Glory in iniquity. The word for iniquity is aon, means sin. Iniquity is immoral or grossly unfair behavior. What is sin? Is a vitiated state of human nature. Yes, iniquity has become our nature. So now we gotta weed out this evil seed and replace it with righteousness. Replace it with the laws and the commandments of God. Vitiated means what? Now, because of this of iniquity, we have become estranged from God. Vitiated means to make faulty or defective, and anything that's faulty and defective can't be used. Nature, your nature is a natural mode of life. What is the mode? What is your mode? Your mode is your customary, what you're accustomed to, or preferred way of doing something. Right? Your nature is your character. Your character is one of the attributes or features that distinguish a person. Okay? Your attribute is when people say things about you to clarify who you are. That's why when you say, this guy did this, and you tell somebody that knows you, they're going to tell you, say, nah, he didn't do that.
That's right.
Nah, he didn't do that. No, she didn't do that. Why? Because that person truly knows that person that you telling and saying that that person did. Go ahead, read.
They have forsaken the Lord. They have provoked the Holy One of Israel unto
They have
anger.
forsaken the Lord.
They have provoked the Holy One of Israel unto anger. They are gone away backward.
What verse you at?
I'm at 5 now.
Come on,
They're going away backward.
Why should ye be stricken anymore?
Why should ye be warned? Why should I warn you? What is the reason for me to warn you?
Ye will revolt more and more.
You're not going to listen. You're going to continue to revolt. You're going to continue to go against God. No matter how many times I admonish you and I warn you and I tell you where you're going wrong, you continue to push towards your own path. You continue to walk in your own path. Tamshi.
The whole head is sick, and the whole heart faint. From the sole of the foot even unto the head, there is no soundness in it. But wounds and bruises and putrefying sores. They have not been closed, neither bound up, neither mollified with ointment.
Go to verse 13.
18.
13.
Verse 13. Bring no more vain oblations.
Bring no more vain oblations. What do you mean by vain oblations? The offerings. Don't bring up no more offerings. Bring up no more vain oblations.
Incense is an abomination unto me.
He said the incense, quitoret. Quitoret means incense. He said your incense is an abomination unto me. Because the incense was what? Was the sweet smoke of the sacrifice that we burnt to God. So that should tell you right there that the temple did not have a roof, because whatever was burnt on that sacrifice had to go up. It got to go up. Tamshi.
The new moons and
the
Sabbaths.
New moons, the Sabbaths,
the calling of assemblies.
the calling of assemblies.
I cannot away with.
He said, I can't away with. You know what it says? He said, calling of assemblies. Quero mikra. The calling of convocations. What is a convocation? The calling of convocation is the gathering of people that we come together and expound on the word of God.
Mm-hmm.
We cannot keep the Sabbath day by sitting home.
That's right. Talk about it.
Leave the people that's sitting home, that has nowhere to go, by all means, okay, sit home. Tune in, because there's no camp where you're at. But if you have a place to go to and you sit home, look, all these camps,
Or you up and move somewhere where there's no.
all these camps that's out here, they're empty.
Come on, man.
Notice that.
They're empty. You know why?
Everybody home.
Because people done got used to sitting home,
Come on, man.
cutting on the YouTube,
Can't get used.
sitting home, typing in the chat, talking about they keeping the Sabbath day holy. And they pop a lot of junk on the chat. Sit down and be quiet. The people spend more time chatting than listening. Come on, man. We got to get it right with God, man. Because if we don't get it right before that day, you can forget about it. And with that, I hope everybody has gotten what was brought. And I'm going to say Shabbat Shalom.
Shabbat Shalom Lekai.
I'm going to call up the next speaker, Teacher MD, Chief Mika, Ben Level.
Giving all praises to the God of Abraham, the God of Isaac, and the God of Jacob. Giving all due respect to my father, my teacher, and the leader, Chief Eleazar Ben Dodo of the tribe of Lewi. Giving all due respect to princemen, chiefmen, mothers in Israel. Brothers and sisters, I bid you out of the tongue of our forefathers, Shabbat Shalom.
Shabbat
Shabbat
Shalom.
Shalom.
And at this moment, I will ask if you please rise and repeat after me in the reciting of the laws of God, which is the Ten Commandments, the Constitution. And God spake all these words, saying,
And God spake all these words, saying,
I am the Lord thy God,
I am the Lord thy God,
which have brought thee out of the land of Egypt,
which hath brought thee out of the land of Egypt,
out of the house of bondage.
out of the house of bondage.
Thou shalt have no other gods before me.
Thou shalt have no other God before me.
Thou shalt not make unto thee any graven image,
Thou shalt not make unto thee any graven image,
or any likeness of anything
or any likeness of anything
that is in heaven above,
that is in heaven
or
above,
that is in the earth beneath,
that is in the earth
or
beneath,
that is in the water under the earth.
that is in the water under the earth.
Thou shalt not bow down thyself to them,
Thou shalt not bow down thyself to them,
nor serve them.
nor serve them.
For I, the Lord thy God, am a jealous God,
For I, the Lord thy God, am a jealous God,
visiting the iniquity of the fathers
visiting the iniquity of the fathers
upon the children,
upon the children,
unto the third and fourth generation
unto the third and fourth generation
of them that hate me,
of them that hate me,
and showing mercy unto thousands of them that love me,
and showing mercy to thousands of them that love me,
and keep my commandments.
and keep my commandments.
Thou shalt not take the name of the Lord thy God in vain.
Thou shalt not take the name of the Lord thy God in vain.
For the Lord will not hold him guiltless
For the Lord will not hold him
that
guiltless.
taketh his name in vain.
That take his name in vain.
Remember the Sabbath day,
Remember the Sabbath
to
day,
keep it holy.
To keep it holy.
6 days shalt thou labor,
6 days shall thou labor
and do all thy work.
and do all thy work.
But the seventh day is the Sabbath of the Lord thy God.
the Sabbath day of the Lord thy God.
In it
In it
thou shalt not do any work.
Thou shalt not do any work.
Thou,
Thou,
nor thy son,
nor thy
nor
son,
thy daughter,
nor thy
nor thy
daughter,
manservant,
nor thy
nor thy
maidservant,
maidservant,
nor thy maidservant,
nor thy cattle,
nor thy cattle,
nor thy stranger that is within thy gates.
and thy stranger that is within thy gates.
For in 6 days the Lord made heaven and earth,
For in 6 days the Lord made heaven and earth,
the sea and all that in them is,
the sea and all that in the midst,
and rested the seventh day.
and rest of the Sabbath day.
Wherefore the Lord blessed the Sabbath day
Wherefore the Lord blessed the Sabbath day,
and hallowed it.
and hallowed it.
Honor thy father and thy mother,
honor thy father and thy mother,
that thy days may be long upon the land which the Lord thy God giveth thee.
That thy days may be long upon the land which the Lord thy God giveth thee.
Thou shalt not murder.
Thou shalt not murder.
Thou shalt not commit adultery.
Thou shalt not commit adultery.
Thou shalt not steal.
Thou shalt not steal.
Thou shalt not bear false witness against thy neighbor.
Thou shalt not bear false witness against thy neighbor.
Thou shalt not covet thy neighbor's house.
Thou shalt not covet thy neighbor's house.
Thou shalt not covet thy neighbor's wife,
Thou shalt not covet thy neighbor's wife.
nor his manservant,
Nor his maidservant,
nor his maidservant,
nor his maidservant,
nor his ox,
nor his ox,
nor his ass,
nor his ass,
nor anything that is thy neighbor's.
So anything that is thy neighbor.
Shabu. And all the people saw the thunderings and the lightnings and the noise of the trumpet and the mountains smoking, And when the people saw it, they removed and stood afar off. And they said unto Moses, Speak thou with us, and we will hear, but let not God speak with us, lest we die. And Moses said unto the people, Fear not, for God has come to prove you, and that his fear may be before your faces, that ye sin not. And the people stood afar off, and Moses drew near to the thick darkness where God was. And the Lord said unto Moses, Thus thou shalt say unto the children of Israel, Ye have seen that I have talked with you from heaven. You shall not make with me gods of silver, neither shall ye make unto you gods of gold. An altar of earth thou shalt make unto me, and shalt sacrifice thereon thy burnt offerings, and thy peace offerings, thy sheep and thine oxen. In all places where I record my name, I will come unto thee, and I will bless thee. And if thou wilt make me an altar of stone, thou shalt not build it of hewn stone. For if thou lift up thy tool upon it, thou hast polluted it. Neither shall I go up by steps into mine altar, that thy nakedness be not discovered thereon. Then we're going to move straight ahead. The first stop is going to be Genesis chapter 15.
Genesis chapter 15.
I read in
Genesis chapter 15.
I read in the book of Isaiah, where the Most High told them, he said, look towards the rock from which
he was hewn. That's right.
Hewn means from what you was
Where
cut
you came
from.
from.
Where you fell off from.
That's right.
What you come from. He said, look unto the rock from which you was cut. Abraham. He said, and the woman, look unto the pit from which she was dug.
Mm-hmm.
Meaning, if you're going to look at anybody in here as an example, follow Abraham.
Mm-hmm.
You are not going to go wrong.
That's right.
He's the first one that knew the law.
That's
He
right.
knew the law. God came to him
Mm-hmm.
with certain things.
That's
At
right.
that time, nobody in the world was serving God.
That's right.
Okay? Nobody
That's right.
was calling on him. And he picked that man because that man had certain characters within him naturally. What you said, you were born with certain characteristics naturally.
That's right.
That's why everybody has different attitude and temperament than everybody else.
That's right.
This guy gets mad more quicker. This guy, it's hard to get him upset. That's all. Different gauges. So God has one standard for everybody that has different type of character in them.
Right.
For everybody, for the slow guy, for the fast guy,
Mm-hmm.
for the high guy, for the low guy,
Mm-hmm.
for the big, for the small, for the rich, for the poor. This is the standard. This is what will make me and you agree on. We will
That's right.
agree on this. So we will have the same view on certain things in life.
Uh-huh.
We will agree to that. I will understand it when you kick it to me. And I will say, yeah, I did that too. Or yeah, I agree with that. Yeah, that's the right thing you did. Because the standard is the law.
That's right.
Okay? Now we're going to Genesis chapter 15. Because God came to Abraham
Uh-huh.
knowing that what he about to come and drop on him,
Mm-hmm.
he going to take it all in. Like, you know who to go to with certain things. He said, look, this has to be done right. We got to have it checked, but look, the only person to talk to is this guy
Mm-hmm.
because he's going to listen.
That's right.
That's what God did. God looked and said, man, the only one I can reveal myself to is this guy here,
Uh-huh.
right? Who don't know me, who was taught to serve idols.
That's right.
He grew up serving idols, living just like the rest of the world,
Mm-hmm.
okay? Living just like everybody. God gave him an opportunity by appearing to him. Tell she.
Genesis chapter 15. After these things, the word of the Lord came unto Abram in a vision, saying, Fear not, Abram. I am thy shield and thy exceeding great reward.
He said, I'm not shield. He didn't give him a symbol. He didn't give him a banner to hang up or a sign or what we call a logo or anything to present God. What he's given him is something better than that. It's something that inclines your spirit towards God and you become godly.
Uh-huh.
You live this. That's why it said later on, he said, yo, when your sons ask you, he say, Abba, what mean ye by this? Abba, why you doing that? I'm like, why we gotta eat this bread now? With certain, we've been eating good bread. Now we eating this bread, this hard bread. I can't. Yeah. What's up? Why? The kids are gonna ask why.
Right.
And you gotta bring. And this is when you introduce them to God.
Mm-hmm.
God told you what to tell them. Run it down to them. Say, look, man, when we were slaves in Egypt, this is your history. Embrace it. But you know why? Nobody embraces things. Everybody pick and choose because you don't believe. So no fear is able to set in. Because fear only sets in in what you believe in. I believe, meaning I know that if I do this action, I believe in my heart that that's sin, like God say.
Right.
So everything that God say, I'm gonna take that. I'm not gonna question it. It's not all gonna make sense to you. One thing the prophet, he said, look, man, the guy asked the prophet one thing, he said, yo, on that note, I can tell you this, that, and the third. He said, but that, I can't tell you, God hasn't revealed to me. I can't give you the answer to that.
Yeah.
So there are certain things man ain't getting the answer to.
That's right.
Leave those questions alone.
Leave it alone.
Okay?
Leave it alone. That's right.
Because that's not where your mind's supposed to be. His mind's supposed to be on his laws, his commandments. That will make you think about your ways.
That's right.
So that means we have a lot more to do.
Mm-hmm.
It is never done until you're dead. Then your evaluation sheet comes. What the man was talking about. Your test sheet get put up. All right, now we got his whole life here. God's evaluation. He said whether you pass or fail.
Mm-hmm.
So he came to Abraham and he told Abraham, walk before me and be thou. You. I'm only concerned about you being perfect. The world they're living, they're going to live out their lives. But they're not built to be godly. I only came to you, Abraham.
Mm-hmm.
So then he said, after these things, the word of the Lord came unto Abram in a vision.
Mm-hmm.
Okay? It didn't say what kind of a vision it was.
No.
So you can't put nothing to it.
That's right.
Okay.
Nothing on.
He came to him in a vision. Now, God come to these people in a vision. Only the person who God opened their eyes to see that vision, they're the only ones that's going to see it.
Mm-hmm.
That's why a lot of the prophets was called crazy and madmen.
Yeah.
One of them said, man, what this mad fellow wanted with you? Because you don't understand their moves. And God orders them to do certain actions that you're going to say, yo, man, why is he lying down? What is this, a model of Jerusalem? Yo, you've been lying down on the right side for days now. God commanded Isaiah to do that. Because he said, look, I'm about to siege them. So I want you to make a model, a little replica of the city. He said, lie against it for certain days like this.
Mm-hmm.
He said, and on the other side, lie on this days. I forgot the exact number of days.
I think that was Ezekiel.
It was Ezekiel.
360 and 90.
Something, yeah, it was certain days on this side, certain days on that side. And that is the sign. They were living symbols. They went through a lot, man.
Yeah, they did.
They went through a lot. A lot of times they didn't eat. A lot of times they didn't eat. Because they're so in contact with God, and God contacts them so frequently that they stayed on that zone. And they didn't get hungry. God maintained them. I can't explain that one. God controlled them from not getting hungry. Because you're not going to be able to fast for 3 weeks, like Ezra. Yeah.
He said, Ezekiel chapter 4,
Uh-huh.
lie down also upon thy left side.
Okay, it's in the book of Ezekiel. He said, lie down. He
Oh.
made the thing of this thing here that he made represent Jerusalem. So he said, lie on the left side of it.
And lay the iniquity of the house of Israel upon it, according to the number of the days that thou shalt lie upon it.
His body,
Thou shalt bear
his
their
body
iniquity.
is an example of
Uh-huh.
all the iniquities that's surrounding that city because of the inhabitants of the people who are supposed to serve God.
Uh-huh.
They are going to get immediate visitation. Tamshi.
For I have laid upon thee the years of their iniquities according to the number of the days, 390 days.
See? To the iniquities. He numbered according to how much violation.
Mhm.
Right? Tamshi.
So shalt thou bear the iniquity of the house of Israel.
He said, he's telling Ezekiel, you
Right.
gotta lie down there and carry that out. Okay? As an example. He didn't violate.
No.
He didn't violate. Ezekiel didn't violate. It's a man of God. Okay? They put themselves through discomfort as a sign of how God is feeling towards us,
Towards the
towards
nation.
you,
That's right.
towards the nation. Okay?
That's right.
It behooves all of us to listen more, hearken more. We're too ready to run our mouths. We don't know it all yet. But we're not doing everything we know. Samaba used to always say, are you doing everything you know? No, the answer is no. Don't fool yourself. Don't sit there thinking. No, you don't. So, you know what the next thing is? Hurry up. It said, take fast hold on the instruction. Fast hold means don't linger. Jump on it. You want to see how much time you're going to let pass before you stop and start doing righteous things according to what God said. It's never over. So Abraham sees this vision. So God appears to him and says, what?
And Abraham said, Lord God, what wilt thou give me, seeing I go childless?
Okay, he said, fear not. He said, don't be afraid of nothing.
Just saying.
You know why he's telling him not to fear? Because he's by himself in this.
Mm.
He's by himself. He's the only one out of his whole family. Somehow, these people, this family serves idols for generations and generations, and then one person get picked.
One person out of the whole family. What a coincidence.
And God don't pick losers.
What a coincidence.
Yeah, he don't pick losers. Because you know what you're capable of.
That's right.
Okay? And he looked at him and came to him. Tamshi.
Said, fear not, Abraham. I am thy shield and thy exceeding great reward.
I got you. You by yourself out here. You're not with your family no more because you can't live with your family, or you can't live with your family and you can't be in business. Because see, when you're under somebody else's jurisdiction, you're not going to be able to serve God in their house. Okay? You're not going to be able to take this. You can't take this and blow this. They're going to say, man, what the hell are you doing, man? Nah, come on, man. That's not the procedure here. Okay? You can't say, well, look, man, y'all got to be quiet because today's the Sabbath. And I had to tell myself one time, I used to get mad at certain people. When the sun go down, I get missed calls. I'll be like, man, what the hell? No, you know better than that. But it's not for their world to remember. It's for me to remember. It's no violation. They're going to do that because they were not meant to do this. Their mind's not going to be on this. Their minds are going to be on other days that Israelites like to celebrate, that shouldn't celebrate. He said, I'm your exceeding great reward. I'm your shield. I got you. All right? Because you in a tough land. You in the hood. The hood is the toughest part of the city. Am I correct?
Right.
They had hoods back there too. They had in Israel, when Israel was in the land, they had ghetto cities.
Yeah.
They described it as ghetto cities. Okay? Well, you take the law in your own hand. And you don't walk down that block because you won't get to the other side. They will rob you. They will spoil you. They had these people from back then. So I got you, Abraham. You just follow my commandments. Don't worry about nothing. Tamshi.
Abraham said, Lord God, what wilt thou give me, seeing I go childless? And the steward of my house is this Eliezer of Damascus.
In other words, I don't have my own child. And who I'm going to have to pass this great legacy? This is something that you want me to keep. I don't have nobody to teach it to. All I have is this adopted man. Yes, he was adopted by me. I took him as my own son, but he is not of my loins. He didn't come from me. Okay? Tamshi.
And Abram said, Behold, to me thou hast given no seed, and lo, one born in my house is mine heir.
The only one, when I died, the only thing, Eliezer of Damascus. Damascus is a city that is still here today in Syria. When Abraham was leaving and traveling to get into Canaan land, he had to pass through Syria because he's coming from up northwest, and he's headed south, going down to hit Israel. Going through there, he passed Syria. He passed through Damascus. He passed all those places ancient places that we hear about today. All Afghanistan, Pakistan, Iraq. He had to pass through all of that to get to where Israel is at. So that's why God said, I got you. I'm going to hold you down. Plus, when you get to Canaan, they live ruthless.
Yeah.
One guy owns a town. One king owns a town that if they like your wife,
They're going to kill you.
they kill you and take her. And that's it. That's ruthless, heartless stuff, man. So in a town like that, anything goes. And a man that's living like God, you will pray.
Mm-hmm.
You will pray. But God said, don't worry, I got you. I ain't going to let nobody run down on you, tax you, extort you, kill you, take your wife, take your substance. All these things it's the benefits of serving God also. Tamshi.
And behold, the word of the Lord came unto him, saying, This shall not be thine heir, but he that shall come forth out of thy own bowels shall be thine heir.
He's telling him his future.
That's right.
No divination. No fortune telling. He didn't go to nobody to find out his future. He didn't call nobody. He didn't go to see, I need to, I got questions and I got to find out. And you got this psychic person. Now, a lot of psychics, they sit down and be meditating, all that, sage burning. They also burn incense. They wear a lot of symbols, a lot of silver rings. Okay? You got to watch that. You got to watch it. Got to watch who you're linking up with. They've been grown. Some people have been grown to learn certain abominable lifestyles. There's no teaching them about God. Okay? Tamshi.
And he brought him forth abroad and said, Look now towards heaven, and tell the stars, if thou be able to number them. And he said unto him, So shall thy seed be.
He put him and said, Can you number all those stars in the sky?
If you're able to number them.
Look, you go 1, 2, 3. You gonna lose count. By 3, you lose count. It's so many, and it's so far away. You can't say, okay, 1, 2. Yeah, I counted those already. Not gonna happen. Countless lights God got up there, right?
That's right.
He said, that's how your seed gonna be. Not now. It ain't gonna happen now, but in time, it's gonna spread. It's gonna spread. You're gonna have one. This one gonna have 2 and 3. This one gonna have 4 and 5. This one gonna have 12. And each 12 gonna have. And that's how the nation was formed from one man. And that's how God established his promise to Abraham.
Right.
That was his gift. He said, look, because man cutting themselves short, they're dying, and their descendants are dying because of the setup. Tamshi.
And he believed in the Lord, and he counted it to him for righteousness.
Oh boy. This is our problem right here. We don't believe God. We don't believe God. We don't believe what we read. You tell somebody, hey, but look, it said right here. it doesn't register and it doesn't click.
Mhm.
Maybe it's not supposed to. I have nothing to do with that. My job is to teach, whether you forbear or you hear.
That's right.
When it comes to my household, anybody under my household will be commanded after my laws, which are God laws. That's it. It's not if it's out of your power, you can't do nothing about it. But you have power on you. You have total control over who you are and your spirit and which course is going to go in life. You have total control. And see, believe, amen. It means to support. He supported God by belief. When he believed him, he supported those words by acting out every law. If I agree with you, I support you. So when I believe, or when you believe what God say, you agree. You're supporting. But look, you didn't even make a move yet. He didn't even make a move. This is something that went on in his heart. In his heart, he was like, okay, he threw away everything. Whatever was in his heart before, he didn't mix it. He didn't let it stay there. He listened to what God says. Okay. He just wanted one answer. He said, yo, how this gonna happen? Because I only have this guy here. And Abraham knows it has to be from me, from my loins, a seed from my loins. God said, nah, he ain't gonna be your hair, but one from my own bowels in time, that's gonna go down. And when he told him all of this, he said, I'm gonna make your seed like this, that, and the third. He believed it. He didn't have to show him a sign. He didn't have to show him a vision of all the Israelites. And he didn't have to show them that. Okay? That's belief. When your mother and your father give you a command, you just follow it. You don't even question it, you just follow it.
Right.
Now you're getting somewhere. Now you're getting somewhere because practice makes perfect.
Clown.
Okay?
That's right.
How I'm gonna honor everything God say, don't honor everything my mother say, or my father say. Look. Or whoever is in charge over me. You don't like being told what to do. You don't like being corrected.
There's a place for people like that.
But you can't serve God.
There's a place for people like that.
Go live your life in the world and then die, and you will understand.
Exactly.
But it will be too late then.
Say it again, man.
It will be too late
Go
then.
live your life and then
Go
die.
live your life and die.
Yeah.
Because life is this short.
Yeah.
People act like they're living forever.
It just woke me up.
Go live your life,
Go
man.
live your life and die. You'll see.
You ain't got to cause trouble amongst the people who want to serve.
Yeah.
Go out there, live your life, believe what you want, do what you want because it's your choice.
Yeah.
But God said, you know what come with this choice?
Mm-hmm.
He said, choose life or death. But he told you what to choose. He gave you the winning hand.
Gave you a choice.
It's like you're about to bet on what's that thing? Vandu. You're about to bet.
FanDuel hit you with the.
And the president of FanDuel comes, the one who made all of this, come and say, look, man, you pick this team. No. That team got bad stats. But I believe, I'm not looking at the bad stats now. I'm not looking at what's happening now. I'm not looking at where I'm at now. I'm not looking at the state I'm in now. I'm believing what God say. Okay? Never mind what's happening now. Okay? And that's the type of belief. And he agreed, so that means he supported it. And he confirmed it. How he confirmed it? How I confirm the word of God? I live it, and it's being done in my house.
While you doing it, that's the confirmation.
That's the confirmation. Because it's something that has to be done, it has to be seen. Okay? Faithfulness. Faithfulness, all of this, it comes from, this is what belief brings. Okay? Faithfulness. I'm not turning no matter what. I would rather die
Then turn. Right.
than to do this one law and break it.
That's right.
A lot of our forefathers went down like that. They were commended as godly people. And people don't see the value in that. They value their lives. People today ain't trying to die for nothing.
Mm-hmm.
They gotta die, but they're not living for, and they ain't trying to die. They're not living righteously, but they don't want to die. That sounds like cutoff.
Mm-hmm.
That's a worldwide cutoff, Israelites included. Live your life until you die. Okay? Like the common folks,
Common people.
like the regular people,
Yeah.
like the average people.
Yeah.
Like and the average people come from pagans, from the bed of pagans. To be established means he ain't going nowhere. She ain't going nowhere. This rock that I put here is it ain't going nowhere. This pillar is not going nowhere. It's not moving. He said, like Mount Zion, which shall not be removed, but abided forever. You will be like that with God if you believe him. You will be established, meaning you're going to be in this. Okay? Verified. When you believe in God's words and these commandments, you become verified to him. Meaning, you're validated. See, I see that they say in the street, oh man, that's not valid. I mean, that don't count. You're going to count with God. As he believed God, it said it was counted to him to what? As what? Righteousness. So that's the first step of righteousness. And then everything else comes behind that. Right? It also means to stand firm. You know what stand firm means? I don't care what you tell me. I'm not eating that. I don't care how you try to convince me. It's not, look, by what I read, that's unclean. Or that got blood, or this got fat, or whatever the case may be. I'm standing firm on that. Meaning I cannot be persuaded. I cannot be convinced to go against. All right? There's no reason that can make me go off. Okay, that's all the meanings for what belief is. All right, well I'm at now. Verse 6, he said he believed in the Lord and he counted it to him for righteousness. God said God could see what was going on in your heart. At that moment, God looked and seen that, wow, everything I said, this guy believed it to the T, to the letter. He ready to go. He said, that's righteousness. God said that is righteousness. Okay? And he ain't even start yet. Tumshi. Verse 7.
And he said unto him, I am the Lord that brought thee out of Ur of the Chaldees, to give thee this land to inherit.
What he told the children of Israel, I am the Lord who brought you out of where? Out of the land of Egypt.
Uh-huh.
Right? But this guy, he wasn't no slave in Egypt. He came from a different route. He said, I am the God that brought you out of where? Ur of the Chaldees. Ur Kasdim. Uz Kasdim.
Uh-huh.
Urek. Sumer. All of these are the same places. Okay? And it's one of the first civilizations that was built by man. When man started building cities, that was one of the first ones. And you have Calneh, Nineveh, cities in Babylon. All these are cities in Babylon. This is where idolatry started. This is where paganism started. This is where religion started. Anything against God, that's where it started. Okay, that's why it's called Babylon. It said Babylon, the mother of all harlots and abominations, sins, and iniquities. A lot of things will be traced back to Babylon, like New Year's. New Year's, you trace it if you be sincere, okay? And study, you will see where it come from. It's Babylon, and Babylon was one of the first cities. Abraham is a descendant of the Chaldeans, of these people, the first stargazers and astrologers and worshipers of the heavens. He came out of that bed. So anybody could come from any walk of life and serve God. All they got to do is drop it. Because that's the example that God made out of Abraham. That's why he said, look to him. You don't have to be this way. You can drop it and never look back and hold. And I will be your strength and your shield and your exceeding word. I will hold you down in all of it and guide you. Just do what I tell you, man. Do you? All right. Everybody that's parents, do you explain everything to your child? I don't care how old they are. Do you explain everything to your child?
Nope.
Sometimes you just don't. Sometimes you do. That's how God get down.
That's right.
You don't explain everything. It's a lot. He ain't got it. He's gonna hit you with the points. You just do this and you get it all. You get it all. You get it all. We'll fill it in everything else. You'll get it all along the way. Tell you.
And he said, Lord God, whereby shall I know that I shall inherit it? And he said unto him, take me an heifer of 3 years old, and a she-goat of 3 years old.
He said, he said, I give you this land. You are going to inherit this land. He said, God, how would I know when it happens? He didn't say prove it to me.
Yeah.
So I could be proven. He wants to know when is it going to go down, around what time. And his time is whenever. Okay? Come sheep.
And a ram of 3 years old, and a turtle dove, and a young pigeon. And he took unto him all these, and divided them in the midst, and laid each piece one against another. But the birds divided he not. And when the fowls came down upon the carcasses, Abram drove them away.
You never heard that nobody else did this specific thing right here, right?
No.
This was for a specific purpose. Okay? This was a one-time thing right here. This setup. All right? All right? God got to tell you the setup. He got to tell you a heifer of 3 years old, because when you do it like this, it invokes, okay, certain spirits. Okay? It makes God closer to you. It links you to God to where he could show you certain things that in normal life you're not going to see. That's right. Okay? He said he took them and divided them in the midst and laid each one a piece together, and the birds divided he not. And when the fowls came down, because he lived in desert area, all right? Those are vultures and buzzards. Okay? These are birds that eat dead animals, dead bodies. They don't catch live stuff. You see them high in the air. They see you moving slow. They know you about to be fooled. Yeah. And right now, in the city, it's hawks. With one wing is like this big. You see them high, they up there. And they ain't even flapping. You see them around like this. Next thing you know, you see them dive. Okay? I seen a vulture. He waiting until, I forgot what kind of animal it was. Big animal. Died. Fell down. He couldn't move no more. He's dying. He's not dead yet, but he's dying. Them dudes come down and they walk. And they go straight for the eyes. Ravens, most birds, they go for the eyes. God even say, the man that cursed his mother, the ravens shall pluck his eye out. He's not going to go for any specific part. He's going to come for your eye. Birds like the eyes. And that's what they was coming, because these animals are dead, so they're coming down, and he drove them away, he shoot them away. He said, when the sun was going down, right, a deep sleep fell upon Abram, and lo, and horror of great darkness fell upon them. This type of sleep, you're not going to hear nothing. Nothing's going to wake you up. It's like he was put in a coma by God himself. Put him in sleep, and he felt a horror of great darkness fell upon him. Okay?
And he said unto Abram, know of a surety that thy seed shall be a stranger in the land that is not theirs, and shall serve them, and they shall afflict them 400 years.
You don't get something from nothing. Okay? You got to get proven. even from the beginning. He said, look, know of a surety, they're not just going to walk in and get it all happy like that and they be waiting for them. They're going to be in subjection. They're going to be slaves. That hence the Egyptian slavery. God foretold it. He told them, your children going to go in and they shall be afflicted 400 years. That affliction was supposed to make them turn right.
Mm-hmm.
Was supposed to make them appreciate God. That affliction. Okay? But what he said, tells you about what? Putting you through suffering. Putting you through certain. So they suffered.
Mm-hmm.
And when they cried out, God heard it. He said, okay, 400 years is up. I'm going in and get my people out there.
Yeah.
And Abraham knew the setup. He knew the future of his descendants. Tamshi.
And also that nation whom they shall serve will I judge.
He said that nation who they serve, who your children going to serve,
God
who they're going to be
judge.
slaves under, I'm going to visit them. They're not going to stand tall too long. And ever since God hit them with those plagues, Egypt
They've
never
never
been the same again.
Mm-hmm.
They tried to fight Nebuchadnezzar and got waxed. They had Pharaoh Necho. They had Shishak. They had another one named Sol. All them guys was not as strong as the Pharaoh in Moses' time. They ran the world. They were the first world power. Okay? And ever since then, all right, nations have been warring with each other to run the world and establish their ordinances and their rules and their God for everybody to bow down to. That is the object of the heathen, okay? On a massive level. The powers that be. Okay, that's why everybody want to shoot at everybody. Let's not get caught up in that. It's going to go down regardless. Let's get right with God. And only. That's none of our concern. We don't own those joints out there in Israel no more. Mm-hmm. We got kicked out by God, not the people. Not the people. The people was only allowed to touch us because God removed the protection because they were too corrupt before him. Tamshi.
And afterwards shall they come out with great substance.
But they're gonna come out rich. They're gonna come out wealthy. They're gonna come out able to have with enough substance to have a treasury,
right?
To have like a Fort Knox. You get a check, you see the Statue of Liberty, it comes from the Secretary of Treasury. All right, this comes from a vault of money and bricks of gold. That's what they came out with. They spoiled the Egyptians and they ain't had to kill nobody. They ain't had to fight. They didn't even have swords. God did it all for them. Nobody, no country, no people was ever in slavery. And God personally led them out with miraculous signs, wonders, and amazing plagues. Amazing plagues. You know why they were so amazing? It wasn't just any plagues. Each plague was a defiance of their gods, of their pride, of their backbone.
That's right.
Okay? Okay? He killing 3 birds with 1 stone, not 2, 3 birds with 1 stone. And at the time, bringing my people out, keeping the promise to Abraham, visiting these guys because they've been running it too long in their abomination.
Right.
Everybody got a time. Every nation got a time. Every individual got a time. Okay? Time sheet.
And thou shalt go to thy fathers in peace. That's
He gonna die.
That's right.
In peace.
That's right.
He said he's gonna go to his fathers. Don't tell me it's over when you die. I know one thing. Abraham was a righteous man by God, right?
That's right.
So if I follow Abraham and I get righteous before God and I die, I will go to my fathers in peace.
Yeah.
So my fathers are not here. They dead. So when I die, I don't stay here. I go where they at. It's a specific spot.
Yeah. We don't know, but yeah.
It's a spot somewhere.
It's a spot somewhere.
We don't know where, but we know who we're going to be with.
That's right.
We know where with the lot If you make it here, if you complete it, you're
If
gonna
you
be
complete
just
your
like
job.
him. Nothing changes. That's why I said, man, he died and he something to his people.
Gathered to his
He was gathered to his people. Thank you. He said he died and was gathered to his people. That ain't the funeral, you know.
Mhm.
One guy said, man, that's the funeral. We let everybody know, man, he ain't there. What are you talking about? He's dead. Y'all gathering around a body that's gone, that's lifeless. That person, that spirit, who God knew who he is, or she is, or here, they're going somewhere else in the realm of the dead. And there's a certain spot where God keeps his saints.
The wicked.
You don't have to live. No.
Wicked and the
No,
righteous
no, no,
don't
no,
go
no.
to the same spot.
Oh, I said only where God
Let's
keep
keep it
his saints.
That's right.
People don't like to believe it,
Everybody resting.
right? But you know, ain't nothing good you die in your unfaithfulness.
Wicked
There's
don't
something waiting bad. Everybody has an idea of it, okay? Just know that you got trouble coming.
That's right.
Like you never could imagine here on when you was here. The worst thing you can think of here ain't nothing to the destruction God got waiting for the wicked. Down sheet.
Thou shalt be buried in a good old age. But in the fourth generation they shall come hither again. For the iniquity of the Amorites is not yet
See,
full.
everything was according to, you see, there's other people involved. Even though he said, okay, look, these guys got a certain time too.
Mhm.
The Amorites. He said, look, all of this is going down because I can make it to where you get it now. Okay?
Mhm.
But the Amorites, they have a time window also. But it looks like they killed off their timeline as a people very, very early in mankind's history. God wanted these people totally wiped out. He didn't totally wipe out the Egyptians. He cut them down, whop, 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 and he cut their pride and broke that spirit of idolatry on them. Y'all, now y'all know who God is. And y'all can keep imagining, but y'all know now. And you can't go too far with that arrogance. Okay? But these guys, why God want them wiped out? He said the iniquity has not yet been fulfilled, meaning they have not done enough. Iniquity
Doesn't warrant.
it's not yet because I set a time for them. But those guys was destined. God told Israel utterly destroy the inhabitants of the land, the Canaanites. All right,
Mhm.
all the Amorites, the Hittites, the Girgashites, all those ites, all those guys came from one man named Canaan. That's why it was called Canaan land. Okay, and they're out of Ham. Those are Hamites. That's why. Certain things, people that came out of Shem and Yahweh didn't do. Even though they were pagans and they served other gods, certain things they didn't do. They even looked at the Canaanites and said, nah, we're better than these guys. We don't want these guys in our army. He said, because they eat the bodies of their own dead children. And they eat roadkill. Things Persians wouldn't eat, Canaanites eat. A Persian ain't going to go into his mother and have sex. A Canaanite will. Read Leviticus 18 and you will find out how they live. As far as sex is concerned, they had sex with men. Men had sex with men. Women had sex with women. And they had sex with animals. With dead bodies. Because that's what God said. God, and at the end of Leviticus 18, he said, because the people of this land, which is the Canaanites, have done all these abominations. Therefore, I command you to drive them out. Not drive them out. They got to go. They're not supposed to be living no more on this planet. They're the worst people around, those Canaanites. That's why Isaac's mother and father, Isaac as a father, nobody wanted them to marry the woman in Canaan.
Yeah.
They were the worst.
Yeah.
Okay? And that's why he said, I don't want you to marry into them, because they are going to drive and turn away the hearts of your sons from following me. That's God saying that.
That's right.
He knows how certain things go. That's why he said don't do it, because you only gonna get one result. One result. That's why old people and older people that have been through life longer than other people, and been through more certain things than other people, can give you advice. That's where it says get wisdom.
That's right.
You know how you get wisdom? When you listen, when you hearken for your own good.
Yeah.
Maybe I could be wrong. Maybe I'm being tested. But I get so emotional, everything gets thrown out. I have to get more wisdom. Man said, look, maybe we need a little bit more righteousness.
How about learning to do what God says?
How about learning to do what God say?
Yeah.
How about that?
Yeah.
How about shutting the pride down and let's just go forward, unite and go forward?
They think we going back.
No big
dry
eyes, no
side.
little you.
We ain't going nowhere.
You say you ain't going nowhere. Why? Why? Because it happened already. Ain't no more Exodus. This is a different thing going on. This is exile. This is generations and generations of exile. Getting taken further and further away from the spot. And then for the people, they say, well, I'm going back there. I'm getting on a plane. When you get back there, the spot is not the same spot no more. There's idols there. They're running it. A different type of Canaanite people are running it. They call them Palestinians, Jews, Syrians. There's all types of people. You got Christians in there. It's everybody claiming the land of Israel, saying they the people. And then you got the black Americans spread it off everywhere else except over there, saying they the people. Well, right now, it ain't about who the people is, because they were the people. And they messed it up with God by not sticking to his commandments.
That's right.
By turning on him and following all these other people that say that they are the people. You follow the Jews. You follow them. You follow Muslims. You follow this. You follow that.
Everybody.
You follow this. Back then, they followed the Moabites. They followed this. They followed everybody around them.
Except for following God. Except for following God.
I'm not bowing down, but you're following the people who bow down to these gods. That's why God said, don't follow them. So they said by proxy. You're still doing it because you following them. So you ain't got to go into church. Follow these people, the people that go to church, do what they do. Serve God the way they serve their God. It ain't going to work. Trust you.
True.
And it came to pass that when the sun went down and it was dark, behold, a smoking furnace and a burning lamp that passed between those
Okay,
pieces.
cut that. Go to go to Psalms. No, Second Chronicles 29. So it seems that when it comes to serving this God here, you got to learn how to serve him. You can't, because you can't serve him the way you've been taught to serve everybody else, everything else. It's a different way you do it. Okay? Everything is different with the Most High. Yeah, Second
Chronicles chapter 29.
Uh-huh.
Hezekiah began to reign when he was 5 and 20 years old. And he reigned 9 and 20
He's 25 years old. 25.
Mm-hmm.
Anointed of God. Okay? It's not no regular thing, man. It's big man business right now.
Mm-hmm.
He sits on the governing seat of God's people, and he's responsible for the people staying in tune with God. He sets the standard and has to enforce it if he has to. That's what the king does. That's why, in order for him to do that, the king is commanded to read the book of the law every day. He got to know it so that he don't abuse his authority.
Yeah.
Because that's what happens when your heart get lifted up amongst your brethren. My heart get lifted up amongst my brethren. There's nothing my brothers can tell me. I'm better than my brothers. Okay?
Word.
I'm wrong, but my brothers can't tell me I'm wrong. Okay? No, this is what it's saying about the king, because you're the king, but you're still your brothers. And they gather to you. So now you got to treat them a certain way.
Monkey, you're wrong.
They came to him and say, hey, man, the tax your father had was too much. It's killing us. Could you eat the other? They didn't say that the taxes. They didn't write it and say, oh, man, no more taxes. They didn't do that. They came
Ease up.
easy because that's their brothers. They came easy. Hey, man, with reason. And they pleaded. If I want something from you, I can't come to you all hard.
That's right.
With my I'm gonna look at you like, yo, why you coming at me like that? You're making me think you trying to really intimidate me and give me something, because you're not intimidating us. So your approach to people has to be different if you want to teach somebody something. If you want someone to learn God, because I'm not teaching you about me. It's not about me. It's about the Lord. So if I keep it that way, things won't get so far out of hand. We keep it on God, okay? And stay focused. I read a line in there that he was reading. He said, keep thy eyes straight and thy eyelids straight, meaning keep focused.
Don't lose track.
You know what we like to do? It ain't my business, really. Right?
Right.
But I stay on things that's not my business too long. Whether it's right or wrong by God. I have no control over that. Do what you want.
Yeah.
That's going to cause me to get out of turn. And I'm not going to see that. Listen and learn. Listen and learn. That man was 25 years old. Okay? Man of God. He conducted himself right. Even when talking to enemies. Even when dealing with enemies. Everything that they are from Abraham, that's what it says, Abraham. They say, hey, Abraham, you're a prince among us. Children of Heth, which are Hittites.
Yeah.
Which are skunk eaters. They eat dead skunks, dead raccoons, anything they find there. These people live lawless. But how? They still have respect to Abraham, and he was only one man. He was only one man. You're outnumbered by the people. We're always going to be outnumbered by the people.
Right.
So we move right amongst God. Okay? You can't let everything get to you. You got to be aware, because this is how he's moving. The adversary is moving different. He's not going to come at you to get you to eat this or wear this or that, because you got that covered already. What you got covered, he ain't coming at you as. He's going to come through in a different way. He's slick, more slick than you think. Be on point. Tamshi.
And he reigned 9 and 20 years in Jerusalem. And his mother's name was Abiah, the daughter of Zechariah. And he did that which was right in the sight of the Lord, according to all that David his father had done.
Now, David is not his immediate father, but he is a descendant. His father's father.
Yeah.
Because from David, everybody that sat on that throne in Jerusalem came out the line of David.
Right.
God promised him, and God gave him that.
God gave him.
He said, look, your seed gonna sit on this forever. Long as they follow in your footsteps, they gotta be like you, man.
King David was the best.
They gotta be like you. You are the best example
best king.
of a king.
That's why God said he got the throne.
Okay? You got the
The
throne.
whole of God.
Okay? He said, David said in one of the Psalms, he said, he's talking to God. He said, thou will raise me up. Meaning restore. He said, quicken me. That's what he used. Quicken means to restore. He's going to restore his soul, his spirit to him. He said, after I die, He said, because of my behavior before you and how I keep everything, he said, thou will reign. He said it like he knows this is what's going to happen.
Yeah.
Holy people and righteous people know what happens after they die.
And he's gonna hold that throne. Forever.
That's why death can't make them, that they don't fear death. Wicked fear death. Only a man like Hezekiah can say, hey, Most High, haven't I done all your commandments? Didn't I do everything you say? You can speak,
You talk like that. you back
but
yourself
he
up.
still spoke in honor and humble to God. But Lord, did I do all your commandments? He didn't say, God, I did your commandments. He didn't say that.
Uh-huh.
He said, didn't I do all your commandments? Like, wow, was it something I missed?
Yeah. Right.
You understand me, man?
That's right.
It's a way to talk. It's a
Right.
way to talk, especially to your authority.
That's right.
Say it again.
It's a way to talk, especially to your authority. Put it like that. Whoever got control over you, because you need somebody to tell you shut up. There are times we need people to tell us to shut up because I'm talking mad junk right now.
Yeah.
Okay?
Yeah, man.
You need that.
Talk them out.
There's
Pipe
times
down.
when hey man, you're acting out of order right now.
Mm-hmm.
Pipe down. That's authority.
Okay?
Clown.
That goes for me. And if I accept it, you gotta accept it.
Look, man.
Because then now I think I feel like I'm a chump, and I don't like feeling that way.
Look, man.
So I said, wait a minute. I conform myself to the rules, but you don't conform yourself to the rules. And this is when things get out of hand. And as people, who we are and how much we know and do and who we know as God, certain things ain't supposed to happen.
That's right.
On a
Talk
certain
about
level.
it. Talk about it.
It's not supposed to get
Come on, man.
on a certain level.
Talk about it.
Let's stop. Get a little wisdom.
Talk about it.
Read more. Get more, read more. That's right. That's everybody.
Talk
That's for
about it.
everybody. Because other than that, what we coming here for? What we coming here for?
Mhm.
To talk in vain?
What about the ways of God?
And soon as the break come, forget sundown. But before we used to say, yeah, by sundown, it happens faster now. Y'all don't know this.
You're right.
And look, everywhere where people call on God's name is drama. He's not in the church. These outside forces and all this evil is not in the church. It's not in the temples. It's not the one. It's where people who call themselves Israel, people of God, you automatically have a challenge against you in the spirit world. Do you understand that?
When you start to turn.
You believe Santa Claus, believe half of this. But you know why you believe that and you don't believe this? Because that and that and that make you have your own ways.
Suit your soul.
And you get money, and you get presents, and you be happy and y'all think that's what you were created for. He said the whole duty of man is to serve God, fear and serve God,
That's right.
and keep his commandments.
Right.
That's the whole duty. So that should be your prime directive. You know what prime means? Number one, nothing over this. Nothing replaces this directive. My direction is prime to God.
Prepare thy soul.
For temptation.
Yeah.
You're going to be challenged all the time. You're going to be tested all the time.
Let's be ready.
You're going to be tested and challenged all the time.
24/8.
Stay on point.
Every second of the day.
You don't even know, man, what kind of God you serving. If you really understood, I think it would move better. You don't know the magnitude. Yeah. He can do anything, man. There was no limit.
Mm-hmm.
Yesterday.
Tough sheet, man.
He, in the first year of his reign, in the first month, opened the doors of the house of the Lord and repaired them.
It was shut down. The temple was shut down. They stopped sacrificing to the Lord. Today they want to sacrifice with no temple, no nothing, no utensils, just backwards. Remember, God said, yo, y'all gonna go up against the Amorites and y'all gonna defeat them. And when they went and spied out the land, they came back with an evil report. And God say, don't, and he also said, thou shalt not be afraid of them. It's in there where he told them, don't be afraid of these people that you're about to fight, because I had delivered them into your hands. If they did what their forefather Abraham did, which was believe God, they would have went and beat them guys. They wouldn't have been wandering 40 years in the wilderness. See, you delay your life. You delay good things that's supposed to come from you, from God, because you don't believe him. Jump sheet.
And he brought in the priests and the Levites, and gathered them together into the east street, and said unto them, Hear me, ye Levites, sanctify now yourselves, and sanctify the house of the Lord God of your fathers, and carry forth the filthiness out of the holy place.
Carry forth the filthiness out of the holy place. You think he was talking about like dirt? Sheetrock on the floor? What you think he was talking about? When he said filthiness.
Unclean.
Nida. They say nida. Nida. Unclean.
Unclean things.
Impurity. Set apart. Things that were ceremonial impurity. They had idols in there. It had menstruous woman in there. Woman on their menstruation cycle, which is their period.
They had people in there that ain't belong there.
People who didn't belong in there. All this contributed to filthiness, because this was the holy place. Okay? See, idolatry. They had all of these things going on in there. He said, men went up in the holies of holies and was with their wives. They were with their wives while they, where God's name get called on. Man. They did that on. See, that's how the heathen. That's how heathen families. They will do things on purpose and spitefully. That's why God said you got to separate yourself and have your own, where you can command yours after my laws. That's why I said, I know Abraham. I could talk to him and put him on to certain things because he commands his household after him. So it can't just be me in the house doing law. And I'll let my wife do what she wants. No, but we got agreement, Doc. That agreement, everything you allow her to do, you did it.
That's right.
God looking at you because you have the power to run your household.
That's right.
That's a man. That's a man
That's right.
who can command his household after him.
That's right.
Oh, but a man is supposed to be running the yeah, that's an automatic thing for a man to do. A man.
Not a woman.
Okay? Time sheet.
For our fathers had trespassed, and done that which was evil in the eyes of the Lord, our God, and have forsaken him, and have turned away their faces from the habitation of the Lord, and turned their backs.
They left it alone and let it grow shrubs and let the place get run down. They ain't fixed it up, nothing, until he came in saying, look, man, we got to fix it up here. We got to get the offerings back going. We got to get this back to where it was before. And they only have one way to do it. Time sheet.
Also they had shut up the doors of the porch, and put out the lamps, and have not burned incense nor offered burnt offerings in the holy place.
That's where the incense get burned, in the holy place. Outside of the holy place, you die. You serve another God. Certain things you cannot do, and that's one of them. If you read all over the book, burning incense is a very important part of worshiping.
With the offerings.
Okay, with the offerings. That's why God took the altar of incense and hid it with the ark, with the tabernacle, because ain't no more holy place on the planet. Certain things have to get done in certain spots.
Altar of incense. That's a key word.
Ain't nobody burning that.
That's right.
So it wasn't made for aroma for you. It was made aroma for God.
That's right.
In the spot where he chose to place his name there.
Mhm.
That's why he hid the altar of incense.
Mhm.
Okay? If that's the case, he'd have left that out.
Mhm.
Time sheet.
Wherefore the wrath of the Lord was upon Judah and Jerusalem, and he had delivered them to trouble, to astonishment, and to hissing, as ye see with your eyes. For lo, our
That's what
father.
that, you see that hissing? That's what that is.
Mhm.
You look at people and say, oh man. That's what you're going to become. That's what you are today. Tamshi.
For lo, our fathers have fallen by the sword, and our sons and our daughters and our wives are in captivity for this. Now it is in mine heart to make a covenant with the Lord God of Israel. And his fierce wrath may
I gotta
turn
make
away
a deal
from
with
us.
him. I gotta make a deal with him.
Mhm.
Coming back from this filthiness.
Mhm.
I gotta make vows. I gotta set certain standards
Mhm.
to hurry myself up and jumping on this road with God. I gotta take vows. In order for me to take vows, I can't lie to myself or be in denial. Okay? You gotta take vows.
It's a very lonely road.
You're gonna be by yourself or no. You know what? You know what I told one of my brothers? People get in trouble when they get around people. Most of the time you're good when you're by yourself.
Yes, sir.
You ain't got nobody to contend with. If I'm on this, I'm better off by myself.
So when you say it again, when you on what?
When I'm on this, when I'm directed towards God, I really don't have time like the way it is. And when I'm real, I don't have time. I don't play around already enough.
Yeah.
I have my time to play.
Yeah. See, that's why
I don't have time. Right now, I'm being selfish. This is for me.
that's why I'm at. Yeah.
This is for me. If God sees fit, then he will drop a woman on my head.
Yeah.
I will know.
That's why I'm at.
I didn't make the right choices amongst the heathens, amongst Israelites. None agree. Even some of the Israelite women. I'm like, man, you're giving me flashbacks to the heathen chick I was with. Yeah. It's a lot of corruption going on.
Remind me of Keisha.
It's a lot of it. It's a lot, man. Tamshi.
My sons, be not now negligent, for the Lord had chosen you to stand before him, to serve him,
Negligent.
and that ye should minister unto him and burn incense. Then the Levites arose, Mahat, the son of Amasai, and Yoel, the son of Azariah, of the sons of the Kohathites, and of the sons of Merari, Kish, the son of Abdi, and Azariah, the son of Yahiel, Yahaliel, and of the Gershonites, Yoah, the son of Zimah, and Eden, the son of Yoah, and of the sons of Elizaphan, Shimri, and Yehiel, and of the sons of Asaph, Zachariah, and Mattaniah, and of the sons of Heman, Yehiel, and Shemiah, and of the sons of Yehudan, Shemaiah, and Uzziel. And they gathered their brethren and sanctified themselves and came according to the commandments of the king by the words of the Lord to cleanse the house of the Lord.
All this is because of the sin that's been going on.
Mm-hmm.
It's as if the heathen lived there now.
Mm-hmm.
It has to be cleansed. Men had to be consecrated. Levites had to sanctify themselves. They had to get themselves right and clean before, so they could get back to doing these offerings, so they could get back in good with God. Tamshi.
And the priests went into the inner part of the house of the Lord to cleanse it, and brought out all the uncleannesses that they found in the temple of the Lord into the court of the house
They
of the
don't
Lord.
found idols. They don't found teraphims. Teraphims is little small figurines. They call it today action figures that kids play with and be in ventriloquism. Oh man, I'm gonna put you up, man. See, when I start to put a voice to something that does not have life, what's the name of that? You said that word.
What?
It was something like with cartoons. It was a word you said the other day.
Anthropomorphic.
Yes. That's when you try to animate life in something that has no life. Like a picture of somebody and there's water coming down. Oh, he's crying. That thing ain't crying. That's water hose hooked up to the back of it. Okay? That thing ain't crying. That's water. That's not tears. Okay? Living beings cry and make tears. So it's anthropomorphic. Yeah. Give me her, man. I'm gonna kill you. And this is why kids cannot be
Animals,
They got it hooked up. They got it hooked up in the church with that
animals with human
crying.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You sitting there praying to him, the nigga let out tears.
That's what I'm talking about. Sometimes it's fake blood. Sometimes it's water look like this. Sometimes it's fake blood. That's who they do that with. Yeah. Yeah, that's why a lot of these celebrities, these stars, they're all in it. They're all in it. They live a life against God, so it ain't nothing for them to accept this. It's nothing for them. I mean, that's nothing. Time sheet.
And the Levites took it to carry it out abroad into the brook Kidron. Now they began on the first day of the first month to
What
sanctify.
verse is that?
Verse 17.
Okay.
Now they began on the first day of the first month to sanctify, and on the 8th day of the month came they to the porch of the Lord.
Mm-hmm.
So they sanctified the house of the Lord in 8 days, and in the 16th day of the first month they
So
made.
it took 8 days, man.
Mm-hmm.
8 days to get everything right, get everything consecrated and sanctified. You can't just, when it comes to God and holiness, you can't make no mistakes. You can't overlook anything. That's why it took so long.
Mm-hmm.
Time sheet.
Then they went in to Hezekiah the king.
Okay, now skip to verse 30.
Moreover, Hezekiah the king and the princes commanded the Levites
They commanded the Levites
to sing praises unto
to
the
sing
Lord
praises unto the Lord.
with the words of David.
Okay? Praises. What are praises? The word for praises is halal.
Yeah, praise.
Halal.
Lehalel.
It means praise.
Praises.
Okay? To glorify. To speak what good about.
Mhm.
Okay? To boast upon.
Mm-hmm.
Boast about your God. People boast on their God. You might get into something one day, and somebody may say, hey man, this God is the best God. I challenge you. You have to answer the challenge. People do that. You boast on the Most High God, okay? And you praise God because he is to be praised, right? Be made praiseworthy. He is made to be commended, and he is worthy of praise. But the only way and the only words that are used to praise God are the words of David
That's right.
and of
That's
Asaph
right.
the seer. And you can find them in your Bible, in your Old Testament,
There it comes.
as the book of Psalms. The king did not make his own prayer. This is what we have to learn.
That's it.
When you learn, this is not how you serve God. You have to do it like this. Stop bucking the system.
Yeah.
Hezekiah, Josiah did it too. Because that was the setup. When they sang, and the only time they sang was in there. You had a group of the Asaph and his sons. They sang to God continuously, mimicking the angels of God. Because you have millions and millions of angels. Their only job is to praise God. Kadosh, 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 El Shaddai, Zebahot. They said El Shaddai. That's all I'm saying. The angels say El Shaddai. That's what it says. See, that's what they say. It said 10,000s of thousands. May the holy, holy is the Lord. You read it in there, it says El Shaddai. They even say it. Would you think the angels call God's name? Think about that one. You think they use God's name? I stand on that.
That's right. That's right.
Whatever that it says in here, I'm standing on it. Choose your own
That's
path.
a fact. That's a fact.
Why are you forcing you to do
That's
this?
a fact.
I force myself to do
Don't
this.
do it over here. Keep it moving.
You're not supposed to mention the Most High's name.
That's
Sorry,
right.
man.
That's right.
if you are bent on saying his name,
You are bent on being in the pit.
you're going to be bent on doing other things. that
All
you
the
don't.
that's right. Talk about it, nigga.
More things that you're doing that you're not supposed to be doing right now.
Talk about it.
That's why you're thinking like that, and you can't accept
You can't. That's what you can't.
rules.
Right. Yeah. Yeah.
Rules.
Yeah.
Men who follow God set the standard,
That's right.
and you don't want to follow. Come on. Where I'm at? Yeah. Moreover, Hezekiah the king and the princes commanded the Levites to sing praise unto the Lord with the words of David and of Asaph the seer. And they sang praises. With those praises, those are prayers.
That's right.
When you pray to God, most of it is not a request,
That's right.
and it's not even about you.
That's right.
That's why it's best to follow his example, because he knew what to say. You don't know what to say.
That's right.
You don't know what to say.
And all his songs is accepted by
All of
God.
them have been accepted by God. So, no, you know what? I'll make my life easy.
That's right.
I'm a follow the words that he wrote down. Apparently, he didn't write them for himself.
That's right.
Apparently, Solomon didn't write Ecclesiastes and Proverbs for himself, because they knew it. They already had it.
That's right.
He wrote it down for the ones that come behind him. For anybody who wants to really serve God, we got keys for you. Don't be this way. Don't be this way. If you're this way, that's the wicked. If you're this way, this is righteous. If you do this and you do this, you please God. If you do this, you'll be saved after death. It's all in the Psalms.
Yeah.
It's all in the Proverbs. But people don't want to adhere to it. You know what? Christians believed it. The Psalms more than Israelites. And it's sad to say it. You just got the wrong God. You got some people devoted to their religion more than you are devoted to God. That's why God, you know why I can say that? The God said, yo, if I had went to those strangers, to those unclean people, to those people that you look down on, they would have hearkened. So you really got to think about yourself. You ain't nothing. You're really nothing. Because God said, if I went to anybody else, they would not do what you're doing.
That's right.
They would have listened.
Listen.
Them Christians would have listened.
God said that.
These people would have listened.
God said that.
Those people would have listened.
God said that.
So keep your attention focused now. Now we know everything now. We know what the deal is with everything. Stay focused.
Damn, God said they
Be on track.
That's what he's saying. By him saying they would have listened, meaning they're better than you. Because whoever listen, this guy listened and this guy don't go to listen. This guy's better. Just because. Oh, but he do this, he do that. He said, well, at least I could find you. Listen, he will hearken. He will hearken. He would change that. He would abstain. He'll say, okay, no, I'm gonna stay in my place. We're not in our place.
Yeah, you don't know your place.
Time sheet. Oh, all right.
And
And they sang praises with gladness. Gladness. So when you saying your prayers, be happy. You don't have to say it all tough.
Yeah.
I've seen guys praise you. Baruch Shemo. Like, chill.
You getting tough with.
You're the bride. You know that, right? We're the bridegroom.
Yeah.
We're the bride.
Yeah.
God is the groom. He's the man. We're the bride. So we cover our heads when we pray to him.
Right.
But that's what David did. Okay? That's what David did. Well, I don't understand the significance. You don't need to understand the significance. Follow and do.
That's right.
See, because everybody else that needs to understand the significance of what they believe in, they don't believe it. Because when they're ready and they feel a certain way, they go off.
That's right.
And there's no penalties. There's nothing for them because what they go off in wasn't real.
That's right.
Time sheet.
They sang praises with gladness and they bowed their heads in worship.
In worship. Okay? So you can't with your head all lifted up because whenever these people was in so much close contact with God, when God did appear to certain men, God down the ground. Shut up. I wouldn't dare look in his face. Even if you say, hey, man, it's a sign of top honor. That's why sometimes When your parents is upset with you, you know a good child. They don't stand up and look them in the eye with defiance. They be like, put their head down. Sometimes parents say, go ahead, lift your head up, boy, look at me, man, because I want you to understand. That's a child you can work with. Because I've had children like that. I've had children that they ain't doing that. I got kids. Listen, man, I don't know what you're talking about. Yeah, I hear you. But they're not saying it, but I can feel the vibe.
That's right. That's right.
I could feel y'all can't hide. Y'all children can't hide y'all attitudes, man. We couldn't either.
That's right.
You came from me. I know you.
Mm-hmm.
So you gotta let that. What that man said, he said, let it happen. Let it happen. This is something you need to let happen. That's how you submit to God.
Sure.
Because your heart is too stony. It's too hard. It's so hard. You on yourself hard. God says, look how he's dealing with himself. He's destroying himself. He's destroying himself because you're so hard, period, that you're going to be like this in life, and it's only going to destroy you and your children.
You can't win.
I love my kids. You're not bringing them up the right way.
That's right.
He said, thou shalt diligently means constant. Even when nothing happening, make it happen.
That's right.
Keep them on them. Always, as grown men up to this day, Mama,
That's what kept us straight, man. From here.
and every time from young to 51 years old, for 51 years for me, right? Anytime hey, come here, boy, look at the book. Get your brothers. Every time he did that, it's here. It's here. It's still here. Because we can recall, hey, man, Abba said this. Abba said never to do this. Abba said keep this going. He did that. It wasn't on Shabbat he did it. During the week. Keep you motivated and keep you gassed. Okay?
That's what gave us our crust.
That's what
Give you strength.
Yes.
That's what gave us our crust.
Give you a drive to keep going.
Man.
So you could get your belief up. Get your belief up. Get your belief up. You believe too many other things. Get your belief up. Time sheet. Oh, stop. Psalms 2. Psalms chapter 2.
Psalms chapter 2.
Uh-huh.
Why do the heathen rage?
Why do the heathen rage?
And the people imagine the
Now, this is the world. I used to love when I used to bring this. He said, what? He said, man, when you looking around, these are God-fearing people that look at the people of the world. I said, what's wrong with these people, man? Why do they rage? Right? The word in Hebrew is ragash. It means to be in a commotion,
excited, agitated.
to be too agitated, to be in a tumult. You know what a tumult is? Yo, what's going on over there? It's a bunch of people in there. Something's happening. He said, why are the heathen like that? That means it's not a good thing, right? He said, and the people imagine a vain thing. They speak, they meditate, they devise, and they plot. All right? Vain things.
Vain things. Read vain things.
Vain things come from them.
Meditate.
This is what they're about. Whatever, if it's not about these commandments, it's vain.
That's
It's not going to do you nothing. It doesn't amount to nothing. God don't pay attention to that. Time sheet.
The king of the earth set themselves, and the rulers take counsel.
He said, imagine a vain thing, right?
Right.
Vain thing. It means empty, idle, worth nothing. All of this was worth nothing. What did you get out of it? What did I get out of it?
Nothing.
Nothing. I look at the conclusion of things. This is another thing my father
Get more
taught me.
bad out of it.
He said, look at the end. Look how it
The ending
starts.
result.
Anything good or bad. Look how it start. Look how it end. You will see God in it.
Hmm.
I said, he said, you will see God in it. He smacked me in my chest. Said, he said, you hear me, man? I said, King, he said, you will see. He said, sometimes you gotta be quiet.
And watch.
Observe.
Say it.
Observe. Because Shama just said it. How God tests us. One of the things he do is observe, surveillance. So I gotta be on point to see.
Aware.
Okay, I see a pattern here. And this pattern ain't good without or with me. Everything comes in a pattern. Time sheet.
The kings of the earth set themselves, and the rulers take counsel together
Uh-huh.
against the Lord and against his anointed, saying,
Look, back then, all the leaders, you see how all the leaders get together, what we're going to do about the crisis? What we're going to do about the economy? Back then, their only problem was the people that serve God. So what's up with these people? Why would I call everybody? Everybody come, they don't come. Why when we come out to celebrate on this day, they don't come? They got their own days. They don't even eat with you. That's what was going on with Achior and Holofernes, which was the captain of Nebuchadnezzar's guard. He was the general. And all the children of the east, everybody came out except those weird, strange outcasts. I like it. Call me an outcast. Call me strange. Call me different. Because that's what my God said to do. He said, you are to be distinguished from them, meaning holy.
That's me.
I'm supposed to stick out. I'm supposed to be weird.
That's the first
Don't be
me.
offended because you don't want to be accepted.
That's right.
You weird and you strange.
That's right.
And your God is weird and strange. How about that?
That's right.
How about that?
That's right. The world
Don't-
is strange.
They don't even have a life. And the story about it is a person that lived a life. A flower got more life than that thing you bowing down to. Term sheet.
let us break their bands asunder.
You're talking about Israel.
And
This
cast
is what the leaders used to get together back then. This was their concern. We can't let Israel win. If they sin against their God, we can overcome them. So we got to find out what their rules are. Oh, hey,
What
come
they
here.
do.
Come here. Eat this unclean thing. It's really goat, though. But let everybody else think it's clean. That's what they started doing.
God commanded us to be different. man.
Okay? And you have been commanded. He said, thou shalt
Shall
be
be
holy.
holy. That's a fact. And then look what he said.
Then he said, holy beings, praise me daily. So we talking about praying, right? You better be holy.
Set apart, man.
You have to be set apart.
Yeah.
Your life, certain things in your life got to be set apart. For God, put it up there. For your prayers to be taken to God.
That's right. Chop out there. Chop out
Okay.
there. Chop out there, boy. Hell.
Okay? Talk sheet.
let us break their bands asunder and cast away their cords from us.
Let us disunite them. Their bands. You know what their bands are? Us united. Let's break them. Let's divide and conquer them. Let's attract their greed. Oh no, Midianites had a better idea. Let's send pretty women amongst them. All right. They are always conspiring against you when you serve God. That's why you need his protection. Yeah, you're going to get opposition. You might lose a job because you're serving God now. You know that, right? Certain jobs you can't take. Say, hey, man, we got a good job for you. But look, you got to be there on Saturdays. It's, oh, man, look, I can't be there on Saturdays, man. Now, they're looking at you, and you telling them you're an Israelite, black Jew. Say, man, you ain't Jewish. They don't acknowledge you in that field. They're looking at you, man. He's a Negro. Why are you coming on talking about he don't eat this, he don't eat that, he don't do this? That's you'll test your chapter. Because only 4 people didn't eat unclean. Daniel and the 3 holy men. They're the only ones that didn't eat the food of their captors when they was locked up. He said all the other Israelites ate. Watch me, y'all eating with the blood and you're eating with the fat. Everybody down south killing their own, everybody killing their own animals, making your own kill. That's good. You better make sure that animal wasn't sick. Okay, it didn't die of itself because you killed it. But you better make sure you know enough about these animals that it wasn't sick. Okay? Then you gotta drain the blood out, man. You cannot bring the animal in
Get the fat
and
out.
chop it up to soak it. You made a live kill. Get that blood out. It'll come out now. You
Cut
ain't got
on the neck.
the blood. You're not supposed to have to come home and deal with it if you're out there making live kill, because you got people making live kill now, but they don't know how. Okay, you got to be like a veterinarian. You got to know if the animal has scurvy.
Mhm.
You ever heard of that before?
Mhm.
They said, man, don't bring no animal up to me to offer the God that has a blemish.
Mhm.
Okay, or is broken footed or crook back. And the same goes for a priest. You can be a priest if you had a blemish. Some people are born with crooked backs. You couldn't be a priest. Like the dude from 300.
Right.
He had a crooked back.
Right.
Leonidas said, yo, he made him do a thing with his spear. And he did it. He said, well, nah, I can't use you because you're going to be the weak point. You can't stand up. And his heart was hurt. Hurt to the point he went and snitched. You could have went and found another job.
He went with the ops.
He went to the ops
He got a pre-spot there.
and got what he wanted. Yeah, you see that, right? You see that, right? He turned. Okay? Where we go?
He that smiteth in the heavens shall laugh. The Lord shall have him in derision.
Okay. That, I hope you got something about with what? Okay. I thought you was giving me the signal. I'm sorry. I thought I was giving. Okay, I thought that was the signal. I'm sorry. Proceed. Okay. Yeah, go back. Well, Psalm 2. Psalm 2. I thought you told me to cut it.
Psalms chapter 2,
Uh-huh.
verse 3.
Yeah. Yeah.
No, verse 4. No, 5. Verse 5. Then shall he speak unto them in his wrath, and vex them in his sore displeasure.
I'm talking about God. It said, he that sitteth in the heavens shall laugh. He sits in the heavens, no chair. There ain't no chair. He said he hovered over the face, he glided over the spirit of the waters. He said he who rides the wind. Who can you ride? When you ride something, you're sitting on it, right?
Yeah.
God rides wind. That powerful wind, hurricane wind, cyclone wind. It said, inside of that cyclone, God's in there. Inside of that big giant black tornado, he said the Lord is in it, sitting in there like this. That's his work. That's his work. You tell me a God that could do that.
No God.
No God. That's right. None. All those tales y'all been hearing about, reindeer and all that, don't exist. Reindeers can't fly.
Got wings.
Where reindeers is flying from? There's some witchcraft going on.
Antennas.
This is the devil. Reindeers. And why everybody want to be the goat? Yeah. Why everybody want to be the goat? This conversation.
Okay.
Why everybody want? There's something about that the goat animal today in this world. All right.
talk to me.
The number one symbolized character
Right.
of Satan,
It's the goat.
Shaitan,
Okay.
or the adversary,
goat.
is the goat.
It's the
Wow.
Uh-huh.
It's a goat head.
Okay.
Why is the goat used?
So, right.
Get into it. Get
Let
into
me
it.
tell you something.
Get into it.
In the book, in the law,
Get into it.
God, 10 days before the Day of Atonement, the high priest has to consecrate and sanctify himself and his house
First.
before that day come up. Now, when it come, he got to get 2 goats. 2 goats.
A sacrifice.
Okay, one is to burn, sacrifice. While that's burning, this has to be done while that's burning. While that's burning, the high priest, nobody could be there with him. He's by himself. And he puts his hand on the head of the goat. So the only one that can put their hand on my head is my mother and my father.
Nobody else.
No man could do that. No woman could do that. Not the president of the United States could do that. Nobody. Nobody. That's a blessing. That's a sign of when they do that to you, good.
That's right.
You do that when you stroke your pet, right? Good. When you're pleased with your pet. It's a sign of admiration. Of you're good with me. You're accepted.
Right.
When you're mad at your son, you ain't gonna do that.
No. Get out of here.
No.
You only want, I want to
You
go
gonna-
see you right now.
You're gonna tell him ride the wind.
That's right. That's right. Okay. Matter of fact, you said, man, that ain't even you. That's your son, Isha.
Word. Your son.
That's what God did. He said, your people that you brought up out of Egypt have quickly turned against the Lord and made gods of gold. Shalom Aleichem.
Baruch
Shalom
Elohim. Baruch Shemo.
Baruch Shemo.
Let's go. Let's get it.